T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
You have a good forward leg now on SM. Okay, you sound good. Discovery Houston, negative return. Copy, negative return.
turned away from it all like a blind man. Sat on the fence, but it don't work. Keep coming up with love, but it's so slashed and torn. Why? Pressure.
Good morning, you filthy apes. Welcome to AMC and ADD, where we buy, we hold, and we screw the hedgies. Screw them! Good morning to you guys. Oh man, are you guys ready for a little bit of a science lesson today? Pressure comes in many forms. It really does. There's about 4 of them. There's atmospheric pressure, there's absolute pressure, gauge pressure, and differential pressure. But we are experiencing a couple different kinds of pressure right now. Some make diamonds. Some suck wind. Did you know? Did you know that what makes planes fly is what makes them suck? It's high pressure and low pressure, and it causes sucking. Sucking makes planes fly. You probably didn't know that, but you now know. That's the reason that your vacuum works the way that it does. The reason that it sucks is because it sucks because of high pressure and low pressure. Don't be a vacuum. Don't suck. You're not a vacuum. I want you guys to be diamonds. Diamonds is the pressure that you see that's coming from the market. Pressure of sucking is the FUD that's in the community that's being spread. The misinformation, the disinformation, whatever you want to call it. It's the things that are being thrown at you constantly at a constant basis that sucks. Those are the things that can just cause you to suck. Don't let the vacuums of sucking suck you into them. Be formed under the kind of pressure that turns you into a diamond hand. The pressure of the market trying to force you into a position to where you feel like you have to do something that you don't need to do. You don't need to feel that. You can just hold your position and be like a diamond. Just take the pressure. It's up to you. It's your money. It's your choice. It always is. It always was. But don't fold to the sucking pressure of a vacuum. That's the wrong kind of pressure to fold to. And it's out there, guys. The sucking pressure of the vacuums is out there. I hope you guys are having a good morning. Welcome to lesson. Welcome to AMC and ADD, where I teach you guys all kinds of crazy stuff. You know, I haven't really done this yet. I haven't done this, and I feel like I need to. The title of the show's always of the live stream's always been AMC and ADD. I feel like I need to change it. I feel like I need to change it to AMC and Ape and ADD. I don't know. Maybe you guys can help me with that. Bill says, so you want us to blow? Oh, no, I don't. I want you to hold your position and turn into a diamond. That's what I want you to do. Like Monty Barger says, rock strong, rock strong. That's what I want you to do. Bill says, here's an Apple teacher. Yeah, thank you. I guess I'll take it. Apples. That's really what pressure does. I mean, it really, the form of pressure for diamonds is it's something holding in one position and being applied pressure from different angles and compacting it into one spot and it not moving anywhere, just holding its position. Hmm. I'm really curious to see what the numbers are going to be today, guys. I know it's like 6 more minutes before I get to look at them. I think part of the reason people are mad, yo, at the people who sell Ape is that Ape was our one. It's our one chance and opportunity to be able to expose a lot of the market manipulation. And by selling those shares, we're giving the market an opportunity to be able to manipulate more without finding or realizing the total potential of market manipulation that's occurring. It relieves the pressure. That's why. That's the entire reason why. Selling is paper hands. It's sucking. And unfortunately, when you allow the sucking of the wind to happen, then you have a vacuum. The vacuum just sucks up more and more people. So that's part of the reason why. Arthur says, Casey, your thoughts on no options on now on Ape? I haven't. I'm not sure. I'm not sure in regards to no options on Ape. I know that the options chain has shown up out there, but I haven't seen any volume on it whatsoever. So I don't know. I don't know what you mean by that. All I know is that there's a chain that's been opened with different values, but no volume yet. So until I see some volume, you're right. There is no options. I'm gonna go ahead and clean off my glasses and get ready to read these numbers. I mean, so far yesterday, I didn't see any kind of volume under those options at all. So the options chain that showed up on Fidelity, the monthlies that were showing up on there had no volume whatsoever. So it's of my opinion that there's been no chain formed. Yes, thank you, Danny. I will create that right after I get done cleaning my glasses. And guess what? I'm gonna need your guys' help. Yesterday I forgot to close out the poll. If I don't close out the poll, it doesn't do it for me, unfortunately. So um, I know at the very end of the day it was like 13% of the people, but I don't know how many votes there were. I just know there was 13%. So unless one of you guys happen to capture the poll results before the end of the day, I have no idea what they were. Oh no, my glasses just broke. Oh no, they didn't. Hold on a second, guys. The nose piece popped off. Please tell me this pops right back in. I think it did. Oh man. Oh, that's gonna really bite if those don't hold up. the nose, whatever you call that, nose piece, nose guard, nose rester fell off one of the sides, but I think it popped right back in, so I think I'm okay. I'll just wear them loosely on my face for right now. All right, it's time to take a look at the numbers. Let's see here. Let's get the poll going. Salty Dog, that's a great question. I actually haven't gone looking for the options chain for AMC one. It appears Stonko Tracker is pulling it from a location because I still see it on Stonko Tracker. So let me see if I can find it. No, they don't have it. Let me see if. Okay, so it's either going to be. My guess is that it might be coming from yahoo.com, that they might be pulling it. It could be. So there's a list of different places that they're pulling their information from. It doesn't say which one's which. But they're pulling from sec.gov, yahoo.com, shortvolumes.com, interactive brokers, Market Chameleon, etfdb.com, FINRA, and computershare.net. So one of those is going to be where they're pulling their information from. If I had to guess, it's going to be from Yahoo, but let me see if I can find it. We'll go on a little bit of a search here for it real quick. Let's see here. Okay, so I went to Yahoo and I looked up AMC 1, but I see AMC. It looks like it's pulling AMC 2. There's likely a different list somewhere else. I'm trying to look and see if I can't find a different list. Let me try something else here. I don't. I'm not seeing it. Okay, wait. Here it is. I think I got it. All right, I think I found it on Nasdaq.com. Somebody else may have already posted that up there, but I just found AMC1 options on Nasdaq.com. I'll provide the link here. Let me see if let me just make sure and verify that I've got the chain. That's not it. Hmm. All right. Well, I've got the code. I've got the code for it. So let me see if I go back to a search for this, I might be able to find it with the code. This looks like it might be right. I'll tell you what, I'm gonna give you the code for the options chain, and then I'll let you do some more searching for me, and if you find something better, um, go for it. All right, there you go. That appears to be the code for the options chain for AMC1. You can see if you can't find it. But Donkey Kong says Casey, Twitter's been flooded with shills and haters attacking everyone and trying to cause division. You're not wrong, man. There's a lot of misinformation being spread right now, tons and tons and tons. Uh, I'll tell you what. I wrote somebody a message last night. I wrote somebody a message and I said I'm going to read to you what I said because it's kind of interesting. Uh, Here's what I said. They said it's there's so much to be done, so much DD to be done. Plus, you need to decipher who's on your side from those spreading FUD. It's not easy. And I said the worst part is we either have apes that are grasping for hopium straws for who knows what reason, or we got a really bad case of short and distort going on from within the community. Trying to figure that out almost turns you into the guy who's the negative Nelly whenever you destroy the hopium. Either way, the enemy wins. We need people to stop and think before posting, to hold more private conversations before opening a lid on a hot topic. Um, and then I said as an example, hey, I think this rule might apply to our situation. I'm gonna run this privately by a group of smart people I trust and see if this might be something before I go blowing up the community. Quite frankly, just like these just random ideas going through the community is really kind of putting in a ton of what I'm calling the sucking wind or the sucking pressure, right? Like, everybody starts keying in on this like topic. For example, the T plus 90. The T plus 90 is a perfect example. Everybody's starting to attach to this T plus 90 thing. And if you look at what a syndicate is, the very definition of a syndicate has nothing to do with AMC whatsoever. We didn't buy our shares. A syndicate sells shares. That rule 11880 doesn't apply to our situation. We didn't buy them. We just simply didn't buy our shares. They were delivered to us. They were given to us. So that 11880 rule doesn't apply to what's going on here. So, so really, what it becomes for me at that point is I go like, okay, who started this? Who started this 11880 rule fact finding search and came up with it and started spreading this information? Because the very first words that come out of that ruling very clearly state that this ruling has nothing to do with us whatsoever. So who came up with that? Find the sources of the information. Destroy the forces that are causing us to have division within the community. Those are the people who you need to identify. You need to identify those people as people who are putting out bad information, and you need to cut them off. Just lop them off right there, because I mean, and we know who they are. We know where they're coming from, and I know like for me, for example, one of the very first things that I do, if somebody links me to something that goes to like our super stonks, which is a subreddit on Reddit, I almost immediately discredit the information. I don't even like it's so natural for me now that I just the minute that somebody puts in a link and says our super stonks, I immediately discredit the information because there is nothing good coming out of our super stonks. There's nothing good that's coming out of there for AMC. Nothing. That is a GME home, number one. And number two, it's also a place where there's a lot of misinformation that is being spread that is just really bad information. So you got to find the sources of these information, find out where they got their information, and find the root cause, because that's the problem. That's the problem in our community. We have to stop that. This jumping on and latching on to things that are you know theories or ideas. It's something that we really just kind of like. We got to move away from that kind of stuff. Otherwise, we're gonna eat ourselves alive under sucking wind. So we gotta find those sources, because there's no need to create hopium. There just really isn't. It's never been about hope. It's been about buy and hold, and that's it. Yeah, no dates. It's been said for so long, 2 weeks, right? Why did I say 2 weeks? Because no dates. That's been like a rule for a long time, and now all of a sudden you got people coming in saying T90. Where's that source coming from? And don't jump on the first person who says it, because that's not the person. That's just a person who's relaying the information. Find the sources. Those are the people you really want to find. You don't want to just find the people who are just originally putting it out. Go to the people who are saying it and say, where did you find that information? Where did you get that? Where did that come from? Because that's the source that you got to find. If we can find those sources and we can cut those sources off, then we can stop a lot of the fake wind, the sucking wind that's causing the wrong kind of pressure within our community. Well, you don't have to trust me, Michael. I wouldn't expect you to. Like I really wouldn't expect you to. But I'm going to put it up here on the page for you. This is the 11880 settlement of syndicate accounts that you see on the page right now. The very first, under definitions, the very first section, and the one that they highlighted was down here. This is section B. Under section A is definitions, right? And the very first definition is, what is a selling syndicate? And so this is the very first definition of defining this entire rule, is defining what a selling syndicate is. And it says it means any syndicate formed in connection with a public offering to distribute all or part of an issue of corporate securities. So far, this actually matches really well. By sales made directly to the public by or through participants in such syndicate, We didn't buy our shares. We didn't. They were given to us as a dividend. It was a spinoff. This is not an IPO. This very first definition does not, our brokers are not selling syndicates. They're not. They didn't sell us our shares. They simply delivered the shares to us. So the very first definition just completely destroys this T90 theory, because there's no syndicate involved in Ape. This was not an IPO release of brand new shares to the market. It was a dividend that was delivered. So I don't know. It's like, find the sources of these information. Find the people who are pushing these kind of things, and then ask them. Say, like, where did you get that? Find the root cause, find the sources, and then eliminate them. Stop them in their tracks. Cut them off from the community, and you'll have the answer to your solution. We can get rid of a lot of the FUD, because it literally only takes you to read the very first definition in that T or the 11880 FINRA rule. So, anyways, moving on. Let's take a look at our portfolios here for a minute, shall we? And see what our numbers look like for the day. Yesterday, I was up 0.77%. I don't know about you guys. That's a big FUD destroyer. I was up. Yesterday, and all I own is AMC. I haven't changed my position since Friday, so there's no change there. If you haven't made any changes to your account, you would be seeing the same thing. If maybe you bought something since then, it might change it a little bit differently. Two-factor authentication, guys. If you don't have it, you may want to consider it. Could help keep somebody out of your account that shouldn't be in your account. Actually, I'm showing 0.78. Oh, is that today's? It's very similar to what it was yesterday. It changed by 0.01% for me, so I'm showing 0.78, but I'm not sure if that's today or if that was yesterday's numbers now. Anyways, it was up. Either way, let's see. I've got the numbers all set up here. I'm not going to be able to see what you guys are reading here as soon as I take you over to the other side. Let me just go and read through what you guys are saying. Did it really take 90 days, Joe? Did it really? Have you gone back and actually source checked it? Hey, I'm not saying that Houston was is the problem. I'm just saying, find out where they got their information from, and then source check that and say, okay, keep going down the bread, follow the breadcrumbs to the source. Find out where it started from. Yeah, T90 was compared to Overstock. Casey, did you listen to the convo Trey had with Rico and Robert? Very interesting theory on what Ape is for. I did not hear it. Diaz, somebody didn't try to. Nobody tried to hack my channel. If you go. I used to see this on Trey. Actually, I've seen this on like 2 or 3 different streams before, where people's accounts, they basically copy your logo, and then they pretend that they're you, and then put in like, please contact me. So yeah, by the way, if you guys ever see one of those messages, and I've seen it on trays, and I don't remember who the other person was that I've seen it before, but I've actually been contacted. They'll ask you to like contact them through like WhatsApp or something like that. Let me pull it up real quick here. If you ever see something that looks kind of like this, where it says, you know, like it's got like the logo of the person. It's got, you know, text me with some phone number like this. Like, do you think I'm gonna take time to write out my phone number like this? This is not how it's gonna work, guys. It's not. Don't don't fall for this stuff, guys. This is not, you know, all they have to do is copy and paste and create an account with something that looks like my logo. But yeah, nobody's gonna give you their phone number like this in a message. So don't fall for that kind of stuff. It's not me. But that happens on a lot of big channels. I've seen Trey have it on his before. I actually was a part of that, and uh, they wanted me to download WhatsApp to contact them. You know, to be honest with you guys, a lot of the FUD does propagate and originate from GME sources. So be careful. Yes, MGTO says if shorts positions were doubled, it's worth a replay to remind everyone that shorts doubled when the stock split. If you had one share of AMC short, you also had one share of Ape short. But it's not against Ape though. I want you to realize that too as well, MGTO. It doesn't that one share Ape doesn't go against Ape. It's not a shorting position against Ape. It's just that a delivery of a share of Ape has to be delivered if it's exercised. So do note that it's not a short against Ape. But you're right though. Arthur's saying this is a Google security. Your account may have been compromised. Please verify your login data. Yeah. Yeah. J JP's got a long lost uncle in Nigeria. J stars the J stars. All you gotta do is read the very first definition on FINRA Rule 11.880, and you know that it doesn't apply to us. All right, I'm gonna go ahead and read off the numbers. Taking you guys over to the other page, I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are writing until you see the big tramp back up on the page again. As far as price predictions go, AMC ended at $9.58. Keto and Monty get a price prediction point for the day. Let's see. Let's get Monty up here with his 2 points. He's doing really well here. And Keto coming in with his first point of the week. Taking a look at short exempt volume, it was down without SSR being tripped. Short exempt volume is going to be lower. It was 441,000. Day over day, the price on AMC was up 0.21. Is that right? Yeah. And utilization for AMC. Still showing 100%. Let me verify the date. The date is still showing August 24th, so we're good. We are on day number 138. 138 straight trading days of utilization being 100%. Max Payne. I don't even know. I'm not even gonna guess. It's showing 1850 right now. I'm not even gonna guess because I've been seeing some really strange things happening on Max Payne right now. It's hard to get a handle on what's going on over there with the options. But Max Payne is 1850. Off exchange volume for the totals for yesterday ended up at 49.79 through the off exchange, which is really low. And we're actually going to start monitoring off exchange for Ape as well. The EDGX was 10.37. For a combined total, 60.16% of our volume went through those two off exchanges, which is about 4% lower than an average day. So that was a low volume day in the off exchange, which is surprising. Taking a look at institutional ownership, 155.6 million as of yesterday. Today is 155.741. Slight increase. Current estimated short share interest of the free float for AMC is at 20.75. Shares on loan for AMC are skyrocketing. They absolutely skyrocketed yesterday. It's 184.55. We'll take a closer look at those in just a minute, but that is a lot. I mean, I think it was 160 something. So we actually had a lot of new loans being created yesterday. So yeah, that's gonna have a decreasing effect on loan average age per day almost positively. It's getting really close. It's only about 10 million away from I think an all-time record. So we'll take a look at those numbers here in just a second. Let's look at the options chain real quickly. According to this, our highest amount of, or actually, let's go down to the options for a $41 strike. Yesterday at $41 strike, our lottery ticket losers on the options chain had 8.7 thousand contracts. Today there's 8.7 thousand contracts, so no change there. Highest amount of volume on the call side of the is at a $20 strike. That's down $10. There's currently 10.8 thousand contracts. At 30 yesterday there was 10,000. On puts, highest amount of volume is at a $16 strike price. It's the same as yesterday. Yesterday there was 15.5 thousand contracts. Today there's 15.4. So some of those put positions were closed in the money put positions. And let me drag a couple screens over and we're going to take a closer look at some of these other numbers here. All right. There's your utilization at 100, was it 138? 138 straight trading days of utilization being 100%. Let's zoom in a little bit here and see this massive amount of on loan amounts that increased. Boom! Look at that. What's the record? Let's zoom out a little bit here and see what the record was. The record prior to this going in was 195.76. Let me write that down. I thought I had it written down, but I didn't. Let's see here. Man, I swear I had that written down somewhere. The value was 195.76. So our new on loan amount currently rose to 184.55 from 169.41. So let me do a little quick math here to figure out what the difference is. $15.14 million. So I'm just going to call it 15.1. Let's see how much of that was short interest. Estimated short interest increased yesterday from 20.24 to 20.75. About 2.6 million of the 15.1. So not a whole lot of it being short interest. Not, I mean, normally I would say we normally get about a third. A third of the volume in new loans is usually what we see, and in this case, it was far less than that. But with the massive amount of new loans, by the way, institutional ownership right now, guess how much it is? Institutional ownership, 155 million, but there's 184 million shares on loan. Yeah. Do note that the Fintel reporting is obviously delayed. It might lead one to believe that institutions have been buying. It might. But 184.55 million, 15.1 million new shares on loan day over day should very much decrease the on loan average age per day. And it did. It dropped like a rock. Let's see here. It went from 36.07 to 33.76. Absolutely dipping like really big time. And then security lending volume yesterday up. Day over day went from 23.35 to 25.07. Oh, you know what? I forgot. Let's take a look at Ape real quick. No way. What? Ape is showing 138.18. What in the world is going on? It's got a utilization of 66.06 with an estimated short share interest of the free float at 26.82. That is a massive increase of shares on loan. What? All right. We are definitely heavily being shorted on Ape. Heavily being shorted. 138.18 million. It was 7 million yesterday, guys. It was yesterday's reported on loan amount was 7.34 million. We increased by 131 million. Hold on a second. I got to pull out a calculator. $130.84. I'm just gonna put 131. It's close enough. I'll put 130.8. Day over day, a reporting of 130.8 million new shares being loaned out. increasing the short interest of the free float to 26.82. The utilization is showing 66.06%. Wow. Okay. What would make it 100% utilization? Let's see here. That's insane. Cost to borrow yesterday, looks like it's showing yesterday that the cost to borrow was 8.67, but I know it was higher than that. It was slightly bit higher. That's insane. I'm just kind of looking at these numbers. That's really insane. I can't wait to see what Ortex has to say about that. I'm pretty sure they'll key in on it. They've been keying in on a lot of this kind of stuff lately. All right, orders by Fidelity customers yesterday. Ape was fourth with a 55% buy to 45% sell ratio. AMC coming in fifth with a 70% buy to 30% sell ratio. And GME coming in 21st with a 72% buy to 28% sell ratio. Trigger price for SSR for the day-to-day on AMC is $8.62. Shares available to borrow. Looks like they've borrowed 1.05 million out of the available. I'm not going to count the ETFs because it's not enough for me to really count. But the fees right now are at 21.6%. Yesterday, the amount that we saw borrowed through Stonko Tracker is about 6.45 million. NASDAQ was up 0.41%, Dow Jones was up 0.23%, and S&P 500 was up 0.29%. Those are yesterday's numbers. It looks like the markets were really green, and Hang Seng was up 3.63 overnight. Some of the other markets were up close to about 1% to slightly over 1%. Europe had some mixed numbers. The Nifty 50 was down 0.47. S&P BSE was down 0.53. Let me pull up a futures for our markets and see what those look like. Looks like our markets are up. Futures are up 0.5%. Somewhere between 1/4 and 0.5% and rising. Tesla is up 2.11, Amazon is up 1.22, Cinemark is up 0.65, Doge is up 4.68, Bitcoin is up 1.67, GME is up 0.65, HYMC is up 0.06, Hood is up 0.86, NCMI is down 3.23, Ape is down 1.54, and AMC is up 1.77 in the pre-market. Yesterday, AMC had three $3 million more in inflow than outflow. So far this morning, we've got about 38,000 shares having been traded so far. Much lower volume today. We're about 2 minutes out from seeing our pokey stick of volume. Ape had like $300,000 more in inflow than outflow. So far, Ape's got 44,000 shares traded so far this morning. We'll take a look at our pokey sticks here in about a minute. On a 30-minute interval on AMC, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 52.78, which is just about average. On a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 47.6, which is just about average. Here comes the pokey stick. We got about 38,000 shares going into our 7 a.m. pokey stick. We've got 104,000 shares showing up on here, so it looks like it's going to be a low volume day on AMC. As the combined total is going to put us at about 140,000 shares, just a little over 140,000 shares. On Ape, we had let's see. We had about 45,000 shares going into our pokey stick. We had 78,000, so it's got 122,000 going into the pokey stick. So looks like low volume for the day today based off of these numbers that I'm seeing here. 144 on AMC for total, and Ape is at 122. So I'm gonna go 2040 on both. 2040 in volume on both. And yesterday's predictions were way off. Taking a look at Ape's 5-minute or 30-minute interval. I don't know if I said it or not. Equal amounts of buying and selling pressure on the vortex indicator with RSI of 45.98, which is just about average. Oops, wrong one. And on a 5-minute interval, slightly more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 50.02, which is just about average. And with that, I'm going to take you guys back over to both of the screens here, showing both of the stocks. While I look up some numbers real quick here. Give me just a second. I want to calculate some information real fast, and I just kind of want to see see what we got going on with some of these numbers that I'm seeing. Nikki, as far as options for AMC or Ape go, let me check the chain and see. But there was no options traded yesterday at all. There was no volume that I saw. I'm pulling it up right now. There is no options chain showing now, so they're gone. They're not there. No options chain showing any longer. Thorbladed, number one on the 200 million share discrepancy between AMC and Ape. I did see that, and I think it's a calculation. I've not seen any other source than chartexchange.com reporting that. Let me check and see if Yeah, I still see shares outstanding still being reported the same on Webull. What I would do is anytime you ever see a discrepancy in numbers, check multiple sources. The ones that are repeatedly reporting um, similar numbers, I would go with those and just chalk it up to bad reporting on one specific site. The other part to that on the T plus 90 is that the very first definition disqualifies us from being a part of a syndicate ruling on FINRA. We don't have that situation applied to us as we don't meet a syndicated selling position. This is not a normal IPO opening, so our shares were given to us through a dividend, so there is no selling syndicate. Give me just a minute, guys. I want to calculate out some numbers real fast here. I'm gonna pull up Ape real quick on Vortex. I want to calculate out some numbers. I gotta sneeze real fast here. Oh man. All right, so let's see here. I want to calculate this out real fast and see. Give me just a second, guys. I gotta crunch some numbers, and I can't do that. I can't talk at the same time and crunch the numbers. So I gotta look at this real quick here. Is that right? Two twenty. Doesn't make sense. There might be a misreporting here. So with the shares on loan that are being calculated out by Ortex, this might be a misreporting. Let me just verify this real quick. I'm gonna have to find a different stock and run the numbers just to make sure I'm getting this right. But I think I may have caught them in a misreporting. Give me just 1 second to see if that's right. Yeah, that doesn't make sense. All right, let me check out another stock real quick just to verify this information. Hmm. Sorry, guys. Give me a few minutes here. Let's see here. What am I doing wrong? Oh, that's it. It's pretty close. All right, let me try another company because I have a feeling I'm seeing I feel like what I'm seeing is a little bit of a error in reporting on. I just want to check one more company here to just kind of verify this. I'm going to use another company here that I know I can kind of count on. Yeah, okay. All right. Yeah, I think I got Ortex in a error in reporting. So it's either an error in reporting or there's a discrepancy between heavily shorted stocks and stocks that aren't shorted hardly at all. So let me just check. Let me go back and re-verify my numbers one more time before I show you guys what it is that I've got that I'm looking at. Um, so let's see. Okay. All right, it's not an error in reporting, but I'm going to show you. Well, it kind of seems like it could be a potential error in reporting, but I'm just going to throw this out there because something's fishy. Something fishy. Let me show you what it is that I've got. I'm going to pull this up real quick for you guys so you can see this. Um, so in regards to shares on loan and it now showing a utilization. So utilization is essentially the available amount of shares that can be borrowed. Um, it's the percentage of the amount of shares that can be borrowed are currently on loan. So, and what we've been seeing for a really long time on AMC is we've been seeing over, 100%. It's actually over 100%, but the reason it's been at 100% for such a long time is because of the security lending. Well, guess what? We haven't had a whole lot of security lending going on Ape, but day over day, if you look at it here, security lending from yesterday was 7.3, or not yesterday, but 2 days ago was 7.31. All the lending for the shares on loan that we saw yesterday at 7.31 million was security lending volume. All the shares that are showing up in security lending volume from yesterday, 130.91 million. So this is not, these are loans that are coming from security lending volume. Security lending volume, you guys are gonna have to look that one up. You got to look up security lending volume. They're different kind. They're different kind of very short-term loan, and it's what I've referred to on AMC as the kitchen sink before. So I'm just going to throw that out there that this is how I can. It's based on the numbers that I just crunched just now. I could tell that these weren't going to be. When I just now pulled up security lending volume, I could almost tell that it was going to be high because the numbers that I'm crunching here. But this now tells me that security lending volume does indeed show up on shares on loan amount, and it does indeed also show up through utilization, which I never thought to be the case before, which is very, very kind of interesting. I thought they were separate. In this particular case, this is showing us that they're the same because Ortex is reporting the security lending volume as 130.91 from yesterday, and it's showing 138.18, and it was the 8.18 that we had yesterday that was on loan. So it is indeed reporting it. There's a 7.31, so there's a little bit of a discrepancy there, but not much. So security lending volume is where this is coming from. If you take and you reverse the numbers, and you say you do 138.18 million shares on loan, you divide that by the utilization of 66.06%, you get a total of 209.17, which is the total amount of available shares that should be lendable at 100% utilization. That would mean institutions are suggesting that they have 209.17 million shares available to lend out at 100% utilization, which they don't know that much. they don't own 209 million shares. We know they don't own that much of the float. So this something's going on here. There's something a little fishy going on. Now, if you want to compare this to something else, let me give you an example. One of the litmus tests that I like to use is Amazon, because nobody shorts Amazon. Like, nobody in their right mind shorts Amazon. It's just not done. So it's kind of one of those good stocks to kind of look at, to kind of make as a comparison. So if I come over here to shorts, you can see that the shorting on this is 0.2. Utilization's at 0.22. The amount of short interest that there is on this is less than 1%. It's at 0.84. So it's just not very heavily. There's actually another stock out there that's actually less shorted than Amazon even. But Amazon's a good way to make a comparison between something and two different things. If we look at security lending volume on this, you can see that there's some spikes in here, but most of these are in the range of like 4 to 7 million shares. Total amount of shares on loans at 36.33, but you can see the utilization is super, super small. So we would take 36.33 million shares on loan, divided by the utilization, which is 0.0022. Giving us a grand total of 16.513. So basically, 16,513,000,000 shares available to be shorted. That's what's being reported. 16, yeah, that's a lot, right? 16.513. So let's go over and take a look at Amazon. 16.5 billion. Amazon has in its float, their float is showing outstanding shares at 10.19 billion shares. So they're reporting more shares available there's more shares available to borrow than there even exists in the entire stock. Like there's well over 100%. So there's a reporting issue going on here. They're not reporting some of these numbers correctly. Otherwise, you wouldn't have these utilizations showing up the way that they are. So now it's got me wondering, like, what's going on with in regards to Ape. We've got a stock that's only 3 days worth of trading so far, showing 66% utilization. total amount of shares, if that's the case, with 138.18 million shares on loan. You divide that by the 0.6606. It's saying that 209 million shares are available. To make utilization 100%, it would be 209 million shares available to borrow. Which, good question, right? Where are institutions getting all these shares to lend? Where are they getting all these shares to lend? And then to reverse math this for you guys, if there was truly indeed 209 million shares available to lend at 100% utilization, to reverse engineer that, you would multiply that by 0.6606, our current utilization amount, and it comes up with 138.18 million shares, which is how much we have on loan. So that's how you can see the math that I'm doing is good. It's not bad math. So they are literally reporting that there's 209.17 million shares available to borrow on Ape as of right now. People are deleting comments by accident. Danny, you're deleting comments, man. So anyways, just throwing that out there. There's something fishy going on with their numbers. But security lending volume is what they're showing is causing these shares on loan. It's not actual on loan amount, because if you look at the actual on loan amount, I mean, it is showing 138.18, but it's all coming from security lending volume, which is supposed to be short-term loans, very, very short-term loans. So I'm going to send a message to Ortex to find out what the heck's going on with their reporting over here, because this is pretty unusual. Let's see here. By the way, it's showing a cost to borrow right now of 11, I think it was 11%, and then cost to borrow on the AMC right now is at 26.84. All right. Oh wow. So I was just looking at the poll. It looks like only 6% of you don't have your shares yet. That's good to see. Bernie Madoff says, I'm sure Vortex will respond by informing you their numbers are accurate. Time to let it go. But yeah, let me tweet out to Ortex and see what they say. Actually, let me. I need to get a screenshot of that. I can't wait to see what they have to say about this. Security lending volume. That's insane. The amount of security lending volume is absolutely insane. That tells me that either somebody's got to deliver shares within a very short period of time. Man, the fact that they suggest that they can borrow 209 million shares right now is insane to me too. Man, it's so high. Let me get my numbers right here. With 138. Can you please explain Ape, how Ape is showing 66.06% utilization with 138.18 million on loan coming from security lending volume on a 3-day 3-day traded stock. Let's see, on a 3-day traded stock that suggesting. Wait, hold on a second. On loan suggesting 209 million shares are available to loan on a stock 3 days old and having difficulty delivering shares to owners. All right, so I wrote Otex saying, can you please explain how Ape is showing 66.06% utilization with 138.18 million on loan coming from security lending volume, suggesting 209 million shares are available to loan on a stock 3 days old and having difficulty delivering shares to owners. And I'm including the picture of their own data and tweeting it. I'm going to put hashtag I'm going to put at CEO Adam # apes no. That should do it. 2 weeks. Nah, I'll leave the 2 weeks out. Let's see if I get blocked. Watch him block me. It's gonna be that's gonna be funny. All right, so Adam Aaron's been attached on that one. Kerry says loop AA in on that tweet. Yeah, I attached him on there. I put at CEO Adam. We'll see. We'll see what they have to say. They're suggesting 209 million shares are available to loan on a stock that the stock that's been traded for 3 days, and apparently at least 5% of you haven't even received your shares yet. so yeah, there's that. That's insane. That is absolutely insane, guys. 200. They're suggesting that 209 million shares are available to loan. That's what they're suggesting with those numbers. I'm really blown away by that. I mean, either they have like severely bad reporting on their numbers, which in which case like I cancel my subscription. You know, like why am I paying you to give me like real crap numbers, or you're giving me great numbers and this shit don't make sense. Which is it? Because I just want to know. Yes, Mac and Bees, I know, right? It's almost half the float. Like how people, we still have 5% of the people out there who don't even have their shares yet, and 5% of the, or almost 50% of the float is available for loaning. What's the deal? What's the deal? Because that just doesn't make sense. All right, anyways, putting it back on AMC. Sorry, y'all are like, wait, is AMC's price $138? What's going on now? $133. No, it's not. Dan Rodriguez says Adam Aaron is waiting for market makers to ask him for the 484 million left over. McAfee says, so you're telling me they borrowed shares from naked short positions that were created in the name of liquidity on a preferred unit to then deliver on our apes that should have been T plus zero, no settlements. Yeah, yeah. I mean, McAfee's, that's what it looks like. It looks like they've had to borrow. It looks like they've had to borrow 138 million shares. You know, a lot of people would say, and I even said this yesterday myself. With 7 million shares on loan, it makes it look like they're shorting AMC. Maybe that's not exactly what's going on. Maybe they're borrowing the shares to be able to deliver them like they're supposed to. You want to see rehypothecation of shares? This is what it would look like. This is where you basically deliver the shares out and oops, we need more. I'll borrow. Can I borrow back the shares that I just gave you cuz I still need to give you more. This is what rehypothecation would look like. That's exactly what it would look like. It's like, okay, I know I just gave you shares, but I need to borrow some more so I can give you some more back. This this is legitimately what rehypothecation of shares would look like. Because there's no way if they borrowed 138 million shares to short us, we would be we'd be in the tank. They would have just dumped it on the market and we would have been in the tank, but we haven't had that. I mean, it's not happening. Or wait, there is another possibility here. It just popped into my head. I'm gonna throw it out there, and I know you all are gonna get pissed off at me, but hold on. There is one other possibility here. The outstanding amount of shares could potentially be higher. Could potentially be higher. That is another possibility. I mean, I'm just trying to spitball here, but it just throwing that out there. That is another possibility. Pro Jeweler says those shares equal people's money that they owe. Yeah, right. Pro Jeweler, I don't even think you. I don't think you. I think you purposely meant to put equal because that's very funny. I'm just throwing out possibilities, MGTO. I'm just throwing out possibilities. That would be another possibility is that the float's larger than, or the outstanding amount of shares is larger than what's suggested. So talk about plus plus. I know, right? Yeah. Alex said, I wish I could pay rent like this. No kidding. Edward says, why is there no options for AMC or Ape? There's options for AMC. I haven't seen anything on Ape yet. James says Adam Aaron already dumped more, had to have. Well, I mean, time will tell. Time will tell, but as of right now, we don't have any confirmation on that. So I, I, I wouldn't jump to those conclusions just yet. It's just a possibility. Yes, I was right. Normalization. Legendary member. Yes, I knew I was going to be right on that. Thank you for pointing that out, legendary member. We have normalization of the charts. We should have. Yes, I knew I was going to be right on that one. So, all right, AP man, I was right. Woo! All right. So I talked about this a little bit yesterday, legendary. Whenever a company does a stock split, you have to have normalization on the charts, right? I haven't been tracking the data on the technical analysis over the last 3 days because there's no way to do that until you have a normalized chart where they normalize the data to reflect um, the changes that occurred in the stock. You can't. There's no way for you to be able to track technical analysis. So you have to wait until the chart's normalized. And the case in point that I brought up was Amazon as a split, right? Amazon was trading at like 2,500 bucks a pop or something like that just before it split 20 to 1. It split 20 to 1. You see this massive drop on the charts, and you're like, what the heck? And it's like, well, they had to split 20 to 1. You have to wait like 2 days, and then they normalize the charts to reflect the split that occurred. And that's what we just had happen is we had a split that occurred. So you have a normalization of the charts to reflect the loss of percentage amount that was taken out of the company, the valuation taken out and put someplace else. And so that's what you have. This means that we can actually start looking at the charts correctly. You can now start charting correctly because it's now been normalized based off of valuation that was lost. So it's not corruption. It's not normalized corruption. It's just they're recalculating the charts based off of the valuation that has been moved. So that's how you need to look at it. And really now what this does a great thing for us. If you know what the high used to show, if you know what the high used to show on AMC, $72 and whatever cents it was, and then what the new value is, you can see exactly how much of the valuation was taken out of AMC to put into Ape. Definitively, without a doubt, you can see what the valuation is. Now the charts have been normalized. Yes, they do that on purpose. Absolutely. You have to normalize the charts. You can't track something that just suddenly has value lost. It doesn't work like that. Yesterday we were showing, for example, if I put this on a daily, RSI yesterday was showing a drop from 72 point something all the way down to about 30. But you can't have that kind of drop when the value is just moved someplace else because it wasn't a real the relative strength index didn't really drop that much based off of price movement. Uh, it was a distribution of valuation to someplace else. So you have to normalize the chart based off of that valuation movement. So it's a normalization of the data to reflect the valuation being moved. So now we can start charting again, thankfully. Man, I hope you guys blow up that message that I sent out. Blow that up so people see that. Because people do need to see that. And I think when you put at somebody, I think when you put at somebody specifically, I'm actually going to share this to the top of the screen. When you link, I think I don't, for some reason on Twitter, when you link something like the way that I did, and you put their name first, it doesn't show up like real easily, I think, for other people to see. So there it is right there. If you guys can, I mean, I don't do this very often, but I'm going to ask you guys to retweet that for me. At least some of you, if you could retweet that, and because your retweets will show up, but my information will kind of get hidden a little bit because I said at to directly the person. Yeah, Doge Cult member says someone on Reddit asked why Tesla does not show a percentage down like AMC did with Ape, and that is correct. It's because we got our valuation was put into a different stock ticker. Nikki says put a period before it first, or it will only show in tweets and replies. Thank you, Nikki. I appreciate that. I'm not like computer savvy on like social media, so I appreciate that. Thank you. So just put a period in there beforehand, and then it makes it visible by all. Oh, that's right. Roaster guy says Tesla split today. That's right. Dan, I don't blame you, man. I don't blame you. I can totally understand why you'd want to be social media or anti-social media. I don't blame you much. I mean, it's cool, but it's also a pain in the butt too. Any gaps that you see in the data now? Holy moly, how do I say your name? Slart Bart Fast? Slart Bart Fast. Slarty. Oh no, Slarty Bart Fast. That's a really interesting name. So the gaps on AMC will stay. Any gaps that you see now, you can start including in your charting. Now that the chart has been normalized, all of your charting you can continue moving forward. So that was kind of one of the things that I was kind of like trying to discourage people from doing was relying on any charting for the last 3 days. I mean, I wasn't trying to discourage people. I was telling them like you can't really chart off this information. It's invalid until they have a normalization of the chart. It's invalid data. You can't use it. Monty, thank you for your price prediction, man. I appreciate it. And congratulations on leading the pack. You are out and ahead of everybody here. You've done an excellent job on your price predictions this week. Griffin's mom said, "I appreciate you. I appreciate you." Well, Dan, in a way, we were a split and a dividend. It was a split of valuation going into a dividend into a different stock. It's something kind of altogether different than what you're used to seeing. Slarty Bart Fast. I feel like I need to say it really quickly though. Slarty Bart Fast. Slarty but fast. I like it. It's a cool name. Pork chopper. I got off after my dad passed away. Right after my dad passed away, I got off Facebook. I couldn't. I just couldn't. That's all I gotta say, man. It hurt too much. There was the overwhelming kindness was there, but I just couldn't anymore. I was just done. There's messages from when my dad passed away that I've never even received yet. I disabled my account, walked away. I was done. It hurt too much. All right, guys, it's time for break. I got to take a 30-minute break here and see you guys back so I can do a price prediction before the day starts. If you guys don't want to retweet my tweet that I've got posted in here, I totally understand. I don't really ask this much of you guys because I just I don't I feel like it's kind of using you, and I don't want to use you in any kind of way. But in this particular instance, I want people to see this information. I think that this information is really important for people to see. So if you wouldn't mind doing that, I would appreciate it. Just because I think that I think everyone needs to see this. This is I think it's pretty big information. Keto, thank you for your price prediction, sir, and congratulations to you on your point from yesterday. 878 to 1178. Got it. Yeah, pork chopper. That was part of the reason for me as well. I mean, there was a lot of political stuff that was going on, and I was dealing with emotional stress of losing my dad, and I just couldn't take it. It was too hurtful, and I had to leave. It's been a couple years now, pork chopper. So, um, anyways, I gotta go to break. I gotta go to break. I will see you guys in a little bit. 8:15, I'll be back, and we'll take a look at the price, my price prediction for the day. I'm kind of expecting a low volume for the day today, guys. I'm not seeing a whole lot of crazy volume in the pre-market as of right now. So don't expect too much out of today, but do realize that price can move, has moved significantly before on low volume. That can happen. Yeah, I know, pork chopper. In waves, right? It's always in waves. Alrighty, guys, I'm out. I'll see you in a little bit. Let me put up the message real quick here, and I will see you guys back in just a little bit. See you guys in a bit.
Hey, this is Sencho, and this one goes out to all the hip-hop fans out there. If you like what you're hearing right now, it's called Double Take, and you can download this and a lot more by upgrading to Upbeat Premium. Peace.
Alrighty, guys, I'm back. And on AMC, as far as my price prediction goes, taking out the extended hours, guys, I really do feel like we broke out of this ascending, broadening wedge. And let me do a quick calculation on this and see if I can't figure out where I think price should be heading to real quick. Let's see here. Wait, that's not right. That can't be right. Oh, I guess it is. It looks like 1030 should be the top, but it doesn't mean that it won't fall back. 1030 ironically happens to be the gets us right back up there to about that 21.5% down point. From the bottom that we saw of $9.23, the number that we've got to cross is 1061. So it's that 1030 is still underneath where we would need to get to be tracking for some newer highs. So I think I'm going to give probably like a price prediction between 930 and I'm going to go 950. Should I give it some room? I'm going to give the room to the top side just in case. Yeah, 950 to 1250. I'm 950 to 1250. Keto's got 878 to 1178. Monty's got 801 to 1101. I'm waiting on Eric to see if he's got a price prediction. I'm not pushing him this week. We've been through a lot, so if he gets to me, he gets to me. By the way, guys, you guys have done an amazing job. I've never asked you guys to retweet something before, and quite frankly, like the in the short period of time that you guys had to retweet that while I was on break, it's just that Ortex tweet has just absolutely massively blown up, and I I appreciate it. You guys have power. You really do. I don't know. I don't think you guys understand collectively what you can accomplish. Um, I'm in shock, quite honestly. You guys have a lot of power, and you don't really realize it. You have impact. It's quite impressive. Mitch says they just talked about the tweet on Ape Radio. Those guys are good over there on Ape Radio, man. I love them. You know what I like the most about Ape Radio? It's when I go on there, I don't feel like there's any like, I can just be me. I don't have to go on there and feel like I gotta like be some kind of personality or something. I could just be me, and that's awesome. I love that, and I think it's so cool. It's the place to go to like hang out and just be you, and that's it. And I love it. You can talk about shaving your nuts for charity. I mean, I mean, who does that kind of thing? Oh man, those guys. They're trying to get me in on doing the next waxing for charity, and I just don't think I'm going to be a part of that. But I am definitely. It's entertaining to listen to them talk about some of the things they talk about. Yo says Ape Radio is just like normal folks kicking it. I know, man. That's what I love about it, and I love. Yeah, no egos. I love going around the community and getting a litmus test for how people are feeling. And if you want to, if you want a place to just hang out and feel like you're hanging out with a bunch of your buddies, that's a place to go. It really is. Brokeape says, good morning. All did we go over the short interest on Ape as of yet? Yes, we did. We did go over that quite extensively. Yeah, Sir Poker. So that was kind of one of the debates that I've had with my charting buddy, my good buddy AP. We were kind of debating about back and forth about whether or not there would be a normalization of the charts based off the dividend split, and it looks like I won the bet. Yes, I'm gonna rub it in, AP. If you're listening, I love you, man. But I was right. But yeah, my statement was is that charting, all charting that's been done over the last 3 days on AMC is pretty much null and void. You can't chart until the charts are normalized, and they finally got normalized. So when you go and you look at the charts now, it's going to reflect a different new high price. It's not anything nefarious or criminal or anything like that. This happens on every time there's ever a split or a dividend, some kind of split or a reverse split or anything like that whatsoever that affects the chart prices. There has to be a normalization of the data. So just realize that it's for charting purposes. It's not something nefarious or trying to hide information. It is what it is. It's for charting purposes. It keeps everything linear to the change that we had in valuation. Alrighty, guys, it's time to get this morning started. Let's get this day going. I will see you guys on the other side of market open.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond. Stress on the shuttles and brakes to the sun.
Guidance now converging. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
You have a good forward leg now and escort. Okay, you sound good. Discovery Houston, negative return. Copy, negative return.
Turned away from it all like a blind man. Sat on the fence, but it don't work.
Keep coming up with love, but it's so slashed and torn. Insanity locks under pressure, we're breaking. Can we give ourselves one more chance? Why can't we give love now one more chance? Why can't we give love, give love, give love, give love, give love, give love, give love? 'Cause love's such an old-fashioned word, and love dares you to care for the people on the edge of the night, and love dares you to change our way of caring about ourselves. This is our last dance. This is our last dance. This is ourselves. Under pressure. Under pressure. Pressure.
Good morning, you filthy apes. Welcome to AMC and ADD, where we buy, we hold, and we screw the hedgies. Screw them! Good morning, guys. The title says it all. Pressure comes in a few different forms. You have atmospheric pressure, you have absolute pressure, you have gauge pressure, and you have differential pressure. The types of pressure Some make diamonds, and some suck wind. High pressure and low pressure. What makes a plane fly? It's sucking. What makes a vacuum work? High pressure and low pressure. It's sucking. Don't fall for the sucking pressures in our communities. Don't fall for those. There's a lot of sucking pressure. Fall for the pressure that pushes from all sides to where you hold your position and you form a diamond. That's the kind of pressure that makes money. It's not the sucking pressure that makes money. Tendies plus plus says suck bang blow. Salty Dog says what makes a plane fly? Money. Salty Dog knows what's up. Oh man. Cole says I have never heard the word sucking so many times in one sentence. Oh man. 10Ds plus plus says my wife can't fly. I bet you feel the pressure. Yes, that is correct, Yo. The pressure from the top of the wing to the bottom of the wing. That is correct. The pressure on a vacuum is pressure of wind moving, being sucked, being higher and lower pressure inside of one location and then another location. So it looks like I got to move the charts here a little bit for Ape. Ape is kind of taking a little bit of a fall here in price. It's down to 676. Let me go ahead and chart that data. In order for it to be a synthetic price failure, it's got to drop down to 618. Let me just check something real quick. Closing price yesterday was 713. 713 was closing price. One second. $641. I don't know if it meets reg show requirements or not yet, but 10% would be 641. Although I'm not positive if there's going to be let's make sure I got this data set up right. I'm not sure that reg show's set up for this or not yet. Let me go ahead and move these numbers here real quickly, just because the synthetic price failure actually occurs at 618. It does look like they're trying to drop this down to a synthetic price failure point. And the last number is 603. Price on Ape is at 657. It is down 7.92, 8.13. It's dropping pretty hard. They're applying a lot of pressure on this one, as there seems to be a lot of pressure. We'll take a look at the numbers here in about 20 minutes Let's see. We'll see how far down this goes here. Let me see. The Bollinger Band on this thing has got to be like, yeah, it's crawling down the backside of this Bollinger Band pretty hard. Just for you guys who are kind of newer to the live stream, I do have my Bollinger Band set for a 3 sigma. It's something I prefer to see that way. It looks cleaner to me. So when it's hitting down the backside of a Bollinger Band like that, it's going to find its way back to the simple moving average at some point, which is currently at 690. Ryan says we don't have real Ape share. I still don't have my cost average on my Ape shares. Your cost average should be in relationship to the valuation that was transferred over. 95% of you guys are saying that you have your shares now. So we started out at about 20% on let's see, I guess it would have been on Tuesday that I first started doing the polling. Wednesday we went from 20 down to I think it was 13. We ended the day at 13% yesterday. I forgot to hit the end poll. And now today it's 4%. So the numbers are drastically being reduced. I did post in a tweet in there just a little bit ago, and I asked you guys to retweet it. Very rarely, actually, it might have been the first time I've ever asked anybody to retweet something, and you guys are blowing it up. I mean, just absolutely blowing this up. But I posted this tweet to Ortex just a little bit ago, and I included Adam Aaron in on the tweet as well. Said Ortex, can you please explain how Ape is showing 66.06% utilization with 138.18 million on loan coming from security lending volume, suggesting that 209 million shares are available to loan on a stock that is 3 days old and having difficulty delivering shares to owners. So this is their own data here. This is your 138 million shares. This red line right here. Day over day, it increased from I don't know what it was. It was 7.81 or something like that million, all the way up to 138 million shares. It all came from security lending volume. This big, huge bar of volume here. It was all security lending volume that it came from, which is supposed to be short-term loans that are only for a very short period of time. Usually they have higher interest rates, but they don't show up under cost to borrow. That's the one thing that I've noticed is they definitely don't show up under cost. It doesn't affect cost to borrow amounts, but utilization is at 60.06%, and it is showing that 26.82% of this is showing up as this on loan amount is showing up as short interest. So they've got something to talk about. It's going to be interesting to see what Ortex's response is to that. Rowan says apparently there's now an options chain on Ape. So the options chain I saw created yesterday, it's not there this morning when I went to go look at it this morning. Are you telling me that it's back again now? Dr. Zeno says, Shaw, discuss the supposed billions of synthetics in light of it looking like 90% or more of people are getting their apes now. I'm not sure what you mean by that. Pam, good morning. Roan, we didn't all get it. We should have all gotten it on the 22nd. The fact that people didn't all get their shares by the 22nd tells me that we didn't. It's not a big problem. The big problem is that we didn't get it by the 22nd because it was supposed to be a T0 delivery date, meaning that all of our shares should have been with our brokerages by the 22nd, and they weren't. So there's a problem. There already is a problem. I went ahead and looked, Roan, and there was no volume in the options chain that was opened up yesterday. So there was zero volume in options, and then today it's been closed out. Like, I don't see an options chain any longer, and I verified earlier this morning. We can verify it again here in a little bit. I'm also going to throw a Bollinger Band up on. It doesn't look like we're hitting the bottom side of the Bollinger Band, but we did print a TD9, which should show a sign of a reversal. Currently, AMC is at $9.59, which is up 0.1, and Ape is down 6.88% at 665. The low on Ape, we saw a reversal at $6.47. And I've got if there is a if SSR is a thing, which I'm not sure that it is, but if Reg Show is enabled now, I think it would have been at $6.41. But I think the price was moving too quickly on Ape downwards, because you can see it touching the bottom side of the Bollinger Band pretty heavily. Usually that signifies, especially with the TD9 printing right there, you would see a reversal that heads back to the simple moving average, which is currently at 677, before seeing some more applied downwards pressure. Again, the same thing occurring on AMC as well. Very heavy downwards pressure, not quite hitting the Bollinger Band. However, it's starting to. It did print a TD9, is starting to head back up towards that simple moving average at 973. Lake FX says, Casey, have you heard of the? Oh, hold on a second. Chat's going quickly here. Have you heard of the theory that Ape was made for a hedge, for the shorts to close? They drive AMC down to a price they want to cover at. The unfortunate thing, Lake FX, is that the covering price for AMC would actually be the combined price of AMC and Ape. So the idea that they can cover it at $9.60 is not a possibility. So the theory would be inaccurate, because they have open positions all the way down to 50 cents. There's a lot of open interest underneath $10, and if you look at the combined price of AMC and Ape, it is currently at $16.33. They are a long ways away to be able to cover. And then you said, then go long Ape to offset losses. They survive, retail gets paid, and AMC is debt free from selling Ape on the run up. So I'm not buying into that theory, simply on the idea that they would have to get the combined price of AMC and Ape underneath. I mean, if you go and you look at the short interest, there's a lot of it that's open underneath, like even $7. There's a lot of it out there. So they would have to get the combined price under $7. Doctor's saying, I mean, if there are billions of synthetics, there should be far more people not getting Ape than we already are seeing. Polls have it around 90% or more have gotten Ape. It Yes and no, Dr. Zeno. Yes and no. I'm trying to think of a so, I guess the best way to put this is this way. If there's swaps that are made, and this is the part that you're forgetting. If there's loaning and rehypothecation that's been going on, that doesn't mean that there's an existence of owners that have that many shares currently holding. What it means is that they've had to borrow so many shares over time that it's owed to institution. It's institutional ownership. And institutional ownership that's on loan, which I can pull up on Excel for you really quickly and show you what the institutional ownership is on buying and returning of shares, is in the billions. It's very easy to calculate out, and it's in the billions. So And the answer to that is that if your shares are on loan, you're not owed an Ape share. So what you're saying is not entirely true. What you're meaning to say is that the current retail ownership is not in the billions, and I would agree with that. It's just that you're not accounting for the institutional swaps that have been created in order to hide the rehypothecation of buying and selling going back and forth. So you're kind of missing the bigger picture of the fraudulent activity that's been occurring to drive price down and keep price low, and that's come over time. So you need to account for that, but it's really difficult to kind of come up with those kind of numbers. One of the best ways that you can do that is just by simply taking borrowed shares versus returned shares on Ortex and adding it up, right? How many have been returned over the last year and a half versus how many have been borrowed? And I've done that on a couple occasions, and there's at least 3 billion over the last year, which aligns very nicely with our Say Technologies vote that we had not a year ago, a little over a year ago. This is Wade says, I am no expert, but I don't think they will ever be able to hit cover prices. They will literally have to run out of capital, or someone is going to have to force and get real with trying to un-F this. Glenn, if it's going to be a synthetic price failure, then I would suggest on Ape that it's going to be probably really close to the white line that you got there, and the white line is at $6.14. But that's if they're trying to drive this down to synthetic price failure. Thoughts on AMC ETF being at an all-time low? 100 is the lowest I've ever seen. Which ETF is that? Which ETF are you talking about? Einstein says shorts purchase Ape. They will be converted to AMC. They make money when Ape goes up, and cover shorts on AMC at a profit. Opinion. Shorts purchase Ape. They will be converted to AMC. They make money when Ape goes up, and cover shorts on AMC at a profit. I don't. They would have to have the voting. They would have to have the voting rights in order to do that, and I don't think that they would be able to get the voting rights for that. I am Big Tramp. Short exempt volume was like 400,000 yesterday. The numbers have been really high lately, though. We could go through an exercise of looking up, if you guys want to see the process that I go through on looking up how many shares have been borrowed versus how many returned, according to what's being reported to Ortex. We can do that. We could go through that, and I can pull it up and show you guys. I made that bullshit up, Flat Earth. It's hypothecation, right? We've kind of modified the word to rehypothecation because they've been doing it over and over and over. It's like hypothecation multiple. So you're right. You're not wrong, Flat Earth. You're not wrong at all. That is a totally made up word. Glenn Miller says AMC is entering a consolidation period. Dr. Zeno says, so then is Ape not necessarily going to give a synthetic exposure then? I mean, it will. I think it still will. Because I do truly and honestly believe that there's more Ape owned. I think the tweet that I just put out this morning is a perfect example of that. The idea that there's 200 and what was the number? 209 million shares available to loan, but not everybody's received their shares yet, Dr. Zeno, I think is very, very telling of the fact that there's more shares owned by retail than is being able to be given out. We got 4 more minutes and we'll check the numbers here, guys. Casey, if AMC Ape had not been done, do you think AMC would have squeezed by now? No. I mean, I don't think that there's any. No. I'll just say no. Curtis, Curtis says, I saw 80% cost to borrow on Ape. Is that correct? Give me 4 more minutes, Curtis, and we'll go through the numbers. So, I mean, I don't know. I'm in disagreement, yo. Yo's saying I think we should have voted to issue more AMC. I think that would have blew the lid off the back. Then we would have bought all that shit. So the problem is, yo, is you got to realize we don't buy our daily buying amount is like 4 million shares, right? And Adam Aaron was asking for what, 50 million? Was he asking for? I can't remember now. It's been a while. It was 500 originally, and then I feel like they like lowered it to 50, or I don't remember what the numbers were exactly, but if you go back historically and you look at what happened in the run up in June of last year, when Mudrick dropped 51.5, well, it was 50, I think it was 50.5 million shares. When they dropped those shares on June 1st and June 2nd, it decimated. It decimated us right in our tracks and allowed short positions to be able to suddenly have shares to reduce the amount that they had on loan. So the idea that we should issue shares for share dilution is not an option in my opinion. We don't have to agree and we can still be friends. But I don't have a problem with Adam Aaron diluting Ape because they can't take those shares and use those to cover positions or close positions that are hurting them in AMC. So I mean, in my opinion, Adam Aaron has done an amazing job of basically saying like, okay, I understand what it is you're saying. You're saying you don't want me to dilute AMC, so I'm going to create a new ticker. You give me the share. I'm going to get the shares I want. You're going to get your dividend. You're going to get your share count, and I'm going to be able to dilute if I want to, but it's going to be in something other than AMC that's not shorted heavily, and everybody's going to be cool, right? Question mark. And I say, yeah, I'm cool with that. I'm good. He can have his Ape shares and be able to pay out or pay down debt because you know what? The one thing I do see, yo, is I see a need for AMC to pay down their debt. They're going to need some cash revenue besides the billion shares or not shares, billion dollars that they have roughly sitting aside, or I think it's slightly less than that now. And so I understand the need there. So I'm okay with that. Hello, Casey. What Adam Aaron say about people who didn't receive their shares? They said the same thing they've always said: contact your broker. And I've added to that and said if your broker, if you don't like the message you get back from your broker, you need to contact FINRA and file a complaint. And quite honestly, I can't understand what any single broker could possibly say that would be satisfactory, that would stop me from filing a complaint from FINRA for myself. Myself says, thanks for sending me all those investment ideas in Snapchat. Oh, holy moly. Are they using my image in Snapchat now? What the heck? Doug, in real life, I can do it. I can do it right now. It's time to cover the numbers, and I will pull it up for you and show you. I will show you how there's billions of shares that have been borrowed that have not been returned. I will show you in real time. Give me just a few minutes to go through the numbers, and as soon as we're done with that, we'll go over it together. How about that? How about them apples? I will go over it with you together, and it will be super simple for you to see. Captain Awesome says, Casey Shaw, you should see it when you run the numbers. It's the ETF being reported on Stonko Tracker or. Oh, okay. ETF. All right. Let's check it out. Let's see the numbers and see what's going on here. I'm going to take you guys over to the other page. I'm going to go ahead and run through. I'm going to log into my broker and we'll run through these numbers. I paused for a second because I got numbers here. I got to enter in. Okay. Let's see what we got going on here. Two-factor authentication. If you don't have it, you may want to consider getting it. It could help keep somebody out of your account that shouldn't be in your account. I don't just say these things lightly. I have a very specific reason for telling you guys these things. If you don't like two-factor authentication, you can always get rid of it. Now would be a great time to test it out and see how it works out for you. I make nothing from advertising that. I'm just trying to look out for you guys. Alrighty. For those of you that are new, I'm just going to throw this out there and you know take it with a grain of salt. This is not financial advice by any means whatsoever, but the price prediction tally points, which Eric and I are kind of sucking on this week for various reasons. Keto and Monty are leading the way after 3 days of trading. Monty's got 2 out of the 3 days. Keto's got 1. Price prediction tally points for the day to day. I've got 950 for AMC to 1250. Eric has 850 to 1150. Keto has 878 to 1178. And Monty has 801 to 1101. Short exempt volume. Again, that's not financial advice. That's just us trying to stay sharp on where we think price is going to end each week on a daily basis. Short exempt volume is at 441,000 shares. Utilization's at 100% on AMC still. It's 66.06% on Ape, which we'll get into that here in just a minute. Day over day price increase on AMC was up 21 or 0.21% rather. Max pain for the day to day is 1850, which is right below me. Right here to my right here to my left is the off exchange. Let's run those numbers real quick here and see what those are at. I would expect about 44%. Ooh, these numbers are really high. I would normally expect about 44% in the off exchange and EDGX to be somewhere between 10 and 11. So the EDGX is a little bit low, but the off exchange is extremely high. The combined total between those two off exchanges is 65.25%. Those numbers are extremely high. So a lot of price discovery on AMC being hidden through off exchanges this morning. Apparently, we now have Ape data, and let's check that out. I'm going to transfer this over to exchange volume on Ape, and looks like a baseline. The baseline numbers so far is 46.92 on off exchange and the EDGX at 6.92. Look at the price discovery being hidden right now. Those numbers are absolutely elevated through those two off exchanges. We got 47.67 through the off exchange, and EDGX showing 12.99 for a grand total of 60.66% of our volume being traded through those. That's going to be a lot of price discovery being hidden. Institutional share ownership earlier this morning was slightly up by around 100,000 shares. 155.7 million is now showing 155.74 million. That's no change, same amount. Taking a look at Ortex data. It's currently on Ape right now, so what you're looking at is Ape. Let me give that a little bit of a refresh just to see if there's any changes. We'll cover the Ape information first. Shares on loan is being reported at 138.18 million. That's up from, I think it was hold on a second. Yesterday it was at 7.34 million on loan. Today, today it's at 170.8 for a grand total, or sorry, 138.18 for a grand total of 130.8 million increase day over day. That all came through security lending volume. Shares having been borrowed so far for the day-to-day is a net positive of 184,000 shares. I'm going to start writing this data down. Cost to borrow on Ape is currently at 17.77% average. Our short interest of the free float's at 26.85%. Utilization is currently showing up as 66.06% utilization. If you were to reverse calculate that, you would take your shares on loan divided by your utilization, and it would give you a value of 200. I think it's 209. Ortex is basically telling us that there's like 209 million shares available to borrow, which is insane. Let's take a look at AMC. AMC already has 4.35 million shares having been borrowed this morning. Yesterday it was like 13.98. It was almost 14 million yesterday by the end of the day. 4.35 million shares having been borrowed so far. Cost to borrow average is 28.42 on AMC. This increase in borrowed amount is going to raise the estimated current short share interest of the free float to 21.05%. Shares on loan at 184.55 million. It is not far away from our record of 195.76 million shares on loan. Just want to say that of the 15.1 million shares that increased on shares on loan, I'm estimating about 2.6 million of that was in short interest. We'll take a look at the numbers here a little more closely in just a second. But taking a look at AMC, actually, you know what? I'm gonna change back over to Ape real quick here and see if Ape's showing up. Okay, still no Ape options change showing up, so still no options there. Highest amount of volume on call options this morning on AMC are at $20 strike price. Which is down $2 from yesterday at 22. There's 340 contracts. 0.3 thousand. On puts at a $17.50 strike price, which is down from 19 from yesterday. There's currently 211 contracts. So very, very low volume on options for the day today. To me, it looks like there's, it really looks like there's like, this looks like to me retail only. It doesn't seem like there's institutional calls and puts being created. I mean, this is super, super low volume. Very, very low volume. Let's see, taking a look at, let me move a couple screens over and we'll take a look at the rest of the data. Give me 1 second. All right. So this is AMC that we're looking at right here. Here's your utilization at 100%. for the last 138 straight trading days. Here's your on loan amount increasing 15.1 million day over day. That's going to have the effect of lowering the on loan average age per day. So we still have not found a bottom on that number, which is one of the biggest indicators that I look for a future increase in price. When that finds a bottom, we're gonna basically have a 15. I'll need to see 2 days of upwards movement on that number, and then we can start a 15-day counter on a price increase incoming. Security lending volume day over day was up slightly from 23.35 million to 25.07 million. And then again, here's the cost to borrow on the right-hand side over here. Cost to borrow 28.42. Your short interest of the free float is over here, and the borrowed change is right here. And then seeing what that looks like visually on Ape. Here's your borrowed change. Cost to borrow average. Short interest of the free float, utilization being 66.06%, and shares on loan 138.18. I really can't wait to see what Ortex has to say about. I believe that Ortex probably just won't even answer that, honestly. Orders by Fidelity customers so far this morning. Let's see what we got going on here. Ape is number 6th most heavily traded stock with 67% buys and 33% sales. AMC coming in 14th with 67% buys to 33% sales. GME is coming down in 23rd down here with 68% buys to 32% sales. So we got good buy-sell ratios on all of them. Looking super strong. I like it. Stonko Tracker saying $8.62 is SSR trigger point for AMC. I believe it would be 641 for Ape if SSR regulations are available. Looks like more shares have been borrowed. They returned 450,000 shares and then borrowed those back out again. So let me add those to shares borrowed. That's going to put us at 1.5 million shares borrowed so far. ETFs are just absolutely decimated. There's like nothing left to borrow in the ETFs. It's dead. 21.6% was the amount available left in fees. Sorry, I said left amount. 21.6% to borrow was the available amount for fees on the shares that were borrowed at 8 o'clock this morning. It's really starting to look like things are winding down here, guys. NASDAQ is up 0.96, Dow Jones is up 0.24, and the S&P 500 is up 0.72. We currently have 4,543 advancers to 2,206 decliners. The market is advancing. VIX is down 1.36, VTI is up 0.76, IWD is up 0.71, Tesla is down 0.38, Amazon is up 1.82, Cinemark is up 1.16. Who was it? Tesla that just had a split, I think. Yeah, Tesla had a split. Doge is up 2.15. Bitcoin is up 1.53. GME is down 1.67. HYMC is down 0.12. Hood is up 1.66. NCMI is up 4.03. Excuse me, 4.03. Ape is down 5.33, and AMC is down 0.21. Inflow versus outflow on AMC is currently $2 million roughly more on inflow than outflow. 8.77 million shares having been traded so far after 45 minutes of trading. Putting us on pace for 76.2 million shares traded by the end of the day today. I suggested in pre-market we'd see somewhere between 20 and 40 million. Why did I do 20 to 40? The lowest I should go is 30.50. What? I made a mistake this morning. I just realized I put 2040. I don't know why I did that. It should have been 3050. I don't like going less than 30 because it's not very often that we see that. So it should have. I don't normally do this, but I should have done 3050. I don't know why I did 2040. Taking a look at Ape. And since the charts are normalized, guys, actually, let's go over the time intervals. Since the charts are normalized, I can now go over the data here and look at the vortex indicator and also the RSI. We have more on the weekly time interval. We have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 44.66, which is just slightly below average. On the daily, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 37.42, which is below average. On the hourly, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with a crossover occurring right now. And RSI at 38.10, which is below average. On a 30-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with multiple crossovers within the last couple hours since market open. And RSI currently at 39.91, which is below average. On a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 41.1, which is below average. Looking at Ape, there's currently $3 million. It's really more like $2 million. $2 million more of inflow than outflow. 7.88 million shares having been traded so far after 47 minutes of trading, putting us on pace for about 65.4 million shares traded for the day today. I'm suggesting somewhere between 30 and 50. I'm starting to second guess myself. Why did I put 2040? You know what? I don't know. I'm gonna leave 3050. I don't know why I did 2040 on the volume prediction. I normally don't go much less than 30 unless the volume's really super low. I don't remember it being that low this morning. It was like 150. I don't know. We'll see. Obviously, I can't look at weekly numbers yet. I think hourly numbers is probably the highest I would go. We have more selling pressure than buying pressure on Ape with RSI at 32.57, almost signaling oversold. On a 30-minute interval, we currently have, I'm going to go with equal amounts of buying and selling pressure with an RSI of 30.72, signaling oversold. On a 5-minute interval, equal amounts of buying and selling pressure with an RSI of 36.49, which is definitely below average. Price on Ape is currently at 671. The lowest it got to so far today was 647. And AMC is at 955. All right. With that, I'm gonna keep it on the screen right here because I promised you guys that I would show you how to prove that there's billions of shares of synthetics that are in existence, and it's actually a really easy way to do. It's super easy to find. So let me show that. And remember, this is on what's been reported. I can only show you what's reported. I can't show you anything beyond that. So let's just look at what is being reported, and then you can make the assumptions on, whatever you want to beyond being reported. But I'm just going to show you what's being reported. So first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to pull up Vortex. And I'm not going to read what you guys' comments are until I'm done with this. But I'm going to pull up Vortex. There's only really one piece of information that I really need here to kind of prove the point that I'm trying to make, and that's security lending volume. I'm going to get security lending volume, and I'm going to look at shares returned. So how much has been borrowed and how much has been returned. That's it. That's all I'm going to look at. What's been borrowed, what's been returned. That's it. I don't need anything else. On loan new and on loan returned. Those two numbers. Then what I'm going to do is I'm going to export this to an Excel file. Oops, that was the wrong button. Let's see, XLS. All right. Yeah. Oh my gosh. All right, pulling it over. So here it is. You've got date and times. You've got your AMC price and USD, open, high, low, close. AMC volume, dividends, on loan, new and on loan returned. And it's just going to show you on a daily basis how much has been loaned versus how much has been returned on a every single day basis. And all we're going to do is we're going to go through this. I got to take out the very top row here just to kind of make this a little bit easier for me. And bear with me, guys, because I kind of I get a little self-conscious when I do this kind of work in front of people. And I know, hold on a second, I know that this chart looks a little jacked up because of the way I've got the screen set up now. Let me fix that. All right. So first thing I'm going to do is I'm just going to come in here to the data, and I'm going to filter out specific dates. And I'm just going to look for, I'm going to sort by date. I want to get, I want the most current dates on the top. So, and then I'm going to create another column over here. I'm going to call this the difference. Oh no, stop. So real easy formula, right? How much has been loaned each day versus how much has been returned, which is going to be equals this on loan amount minus how much has been returned. Oops. Equals this minus this. So every single day, there's either been a negative or positive amount of shares. Actually, and also I'm going to do one more thing. I'm going to make this just a little bit easier to read. I'm going to format the cells to show commas. And we don't need any additional. We're going to round everything to the nearest number. So there we go. So like as an example, on AMC on 8/24, which was yesterday, we had a net difference of 13.5 million shares having been loaned, not returned. So every single one of these days here is going to some value, right? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take in this next column, and I'm going to put in, oops, stop. I'm going to put in this next row, I'm going to say sum, the total sum. I should have done the same thing with this one. Equals sum. And we're actually going to go, let's just do to the beginning of this year. We're actually going to do it, we're going to do it by year. So I'm going to drag it down to 1.3. Now remember, this is just on loan shares. There's 120 net positive million for this year. Since the beginning of this year, the amount of shares that have been borrowed and not returned is 120 million. That's just this year alone. So then I'm going to go down to next year, previous year. Same thing. Sum. I'm going to include all of 2021. $138.6. And last but not least, I'll do 2020. Where'd that 2021 number go? Oh, I know where it went. Sum. $32 million. So now I have a total amount. I can say I can do a sum total here. So since the beginning of 2020, there's a total of 291,546,191 shares that have been on loan that have not been returned. However, there's more. There's more, because this is just what's been on loan versus what's been returned. Because guess what? There's still 100 currently on loan. There's still shares that are out in existence. And in options, there's options that are still available currently that are held against in risk or at risk. So you have to go through and you have to start adding up all those as well. So, but just in shares loaned and not returned, we have over 291 million. And this is what's been reported so far. 291.546 million. Add on top of that the total amount of shares that are currently on loan today and in existence, currently still on loan, and it's and that's over that amount. This, you got to remember, this is just on showing up on what's on loan versus on loan returned. You got to also look at hold on one second, let me pull up Ortex again real quick here. If you look at Ortex and you look at security lending volume, and then do a cross comparison to how much there was in security lending volume during that period of time, all those years, and you look at what's been loaned out on security lending volume versus, for example, like, you know, if you look at utilization being 100% right now, and you look at the time frame from when utilization became 100%, you can see that the security lending volume that occurred right here of 60 or 70 million shares was what drove our utilization to 100%. So when you start adding up all the security lending volume that occurred that's separate from the on loan amounts, you get numbers that are in the billions. And those are supposed to be short-term loans, but they're not. They end up becoming long-term loans because we've not seen utilization drop under 100% yet. Those shares still are in existence somewhere. Somebody's still holding on to those shares. Otherwise, our utilization would be much, much lower. But ever since that loan came out back in February 7th, the very next day, utilization was reported at 100%, and it's been 100% since. So, in layman terms, just in on-loan amount reported new and returned, you can see that there's already an additional 291 million shares in existence that are out there, just floating around. Then you've got security lending volume. Then you've got on-loan amounts that are currently at 184 million, and then you have on top of that the security lending volume, which when you start going through and you start adding that into the mix, it's in the billions. It's just ridiculous. That's correct, Sarbika. So I'm just going through what it is you guys are writing here. That is absolutely correct. This is what's been reported, which is the honor system, right? Like I can show you, I'm showing you examples of how there's reported amounts that are higher, right? In an existence that's out there just floating around. I can show you what's reported. I can't even show you what's not being reported. Now, I tend to believe that the reported amount and what's out there might be very close. But I mean, I don't know. Hayden says, Casey, how come you can find that in less than 30 minutes? An MIT professional running the SEC can't see any of this. Are you a magician? No, it's because they allow it. The market allows this stuff to happen. They have to make a liquid market, right? They know that these shares are in existence and out there. It's just that they allow for this to happen to create a liquid market, because if you don't allow this to happen, then the economy crashes, right? This is how you make an economy work. You have to create, the Fed has to print money, and you have to keep additionally making more liquidity. At some point you realize that there's something wrong with it. Hold on a second. You guys are yelling at me. You're saying ape. Let me look. I don't see any changes here. All right. At some point, the cycle breaks down, and we see that. We see that every like 10 years or so. Every 10 years, something happens. In 2001, it happened. 2008, it happened. 2008, 9-ish. 2000, 2001-ish. And now it's been a really long time. We're due for kind of one of those resets where the system kind of breaks down because liquidity has been generated out of nothing. It's just been printed. And if you want to find out where that's at, right? All you have to really do is go look at the reverse repo. How do you have reverse repo going from under $1 trillion to suddenly over $2 trillion? It's generated fake. It's fake generated swaps that are occurring every single day just to keep the market running. It really it doesn't take a genius to see this. And I'm not the only person who's saying this. There's other people out there who are saying these same things. Very well-educated people that are crying at the top of their lungs as best they possibly can, saying, "Guys, this is not good." Well, David, maybe I should re-speak. You're right. We don't have to have it, right? Like I genuinely agree with you. I think, we should stop printing liquidity and that we should correct the market. Captain says technically liquidity is backed by debt. Right. And at some point there should be limitations on that debt, though. But the problem is that they don't put any limitations. They just keep on printing. Yeah, I'm with you, David. I'm with you. I mean, I think we need to, the system needs to break. It really does need to break. I'm sorry, I'm reading through the comments. MB, I'm not laughing at you, but I love the comment. You said if they make synthetic stock, what's stopping them from making synthetic dollars? I don't know if you know this or not, MB, but everything is synthetic dollars. This is what kind of cracks me up when people freak out about going to cryptocurrencies. Or not, I'm sorry, let me rephrase that. When people freak out about going to a digital currency, this is what makes me laugh so much, MB, is that they don't understand that their dollars are fake. All the dollars that you're holding on to are fake. They have no value. I mean, they do because it's backed by the Fed, but that's it. That's the only valuation that it has. So a digital currency that's backed by the Fed is no different than a dollar that you're holding on to. They're both fake. They're both fake. They're only worth something because the Fed backs it. That's it. It's the only reason. Myself says, but Casey, the current loaned out amount shouldn't be added because they all ALS are counted within those that haven't been returned. Wait, what? The current loaned out amount shouldn't be added because they don't match. No, it should be added. It should be added because it's in existence as to what's being loaned out. It should be added. It's currently what's being loaned out, and those numbers don't match. The number that I'm getting is 200 and what did I say? 200 and hold on a second here. Let me pull it back up. 291.5 million. But we're only getting a reported amount on loan as something completely different. They're different numbers. The daily amount that you see. So for example, if you go and you look, this is why you add them. Let me try to explain why you add them. The reason that you add them together is because if you look at the daily reported amount that's showing up on loan, it is not the same amount as to what's returned versus loaned on a daily basis. It's something entirely different. It's something completely different. It's not the same thing. The numbers don't add up. Every single day they don't add up. So you have to add what's out on loan currently versus what hasn't been returned on a daily loan basis are different numbers. They're completely different. And I only did 3 years. I only did 3 years worth of data. I didn't even go back further. I mean, I could maybe if I went back further, we'd see even further abuse. I only did 2020 through 2022, which if I went to 2019, I don't know, we might see worse abuses. I can do it. I'm not actually sure how far back the data goes. Let's go back and see what 2019 has to provide. Shall we? Why not? I still got it up here. Might as well do it. Guys, I'm not extremely proficient in Excel. So if there's a faster way to do this, please don't criticize me because I do what I know how to do, and it is what it is. Okay, so there's actually a return. There's actually a return of 2.5 million shares for 20. Wait a minute, it should have been 2019. Oh, did I mess up somehow? Hold up. I think I did. I messed up somehow. I did 2020. Oops, I messed up somehow. Somehow I accidentally got the wrong time frame in here. Where's 2019? There it is. I think there's some really interesting data here in 2019. I don't know if you guys see this or not, but there's a whole bunch of zeros that are listed in here. I don't know if there's suspended trading during this period of time. I mean, I can see that there's price changes over here on the left-hand side, so I don't know why that occurred. But there's a lack of data reporting for the first half of 2019, like the first 18 days of 2019. I'm not sure what happened there, but it's showing literally zero loan shares during that period of time. Okay, so we got 19 million for 2019 unreturned shares. And we can go back further and further and further. I mean, I don't know how far back I should go. It looks like the reporting goes back to 2017, but the further back it goes, the less reporting that there is. It seems like the more there's bigger gaps that are involved. Times where there's like just zeros reported. Anyways, that by the way, adding in 2019 in there increased our value to 311.3 million shares. Wait, were you guys able to see that? You should have been able to see that. Gary, I can't tell you what to do, man. In regards to the order of which you can buy and sell or how you're going to buy and sell your shares, it's not something I should talk to you about. You know, it's not what you do, Gary, is your choice, man. It's your money, it's your choice. What I can tell you is this: I can tell you an example of something that you could have happen. Depending on how prices run in the future, depending at some point you may decide to sell. If you continue to hold your Ape shares, you could always you have the ability to be able to have those shares voted as a voted into converting those into AMC shares. So I guess that's an option that you could think about, and in regards to like, is there more options available for you on what you can do with your shares later in the future? That may be something for you to consider, but I'm not going to sit here and even come close to suggesting uh, how you should decide what you're going to sell, when you're going to sell it, or anything like that. So it's your choice, man. What I can do, Gary, is I can tell you reasons why you may not want to sell all your Ape share or sell all your AMC to buy Ape. It would be the same reasons you wouldn't want to sell your Ape to buy your AMC, which would be long term. You would lose your long term exempt capital gains status. That would be one of the reasons. Another reason is that you'd be taxed on any kind of earnings that you've made during the period of time you've held for, which is excuse me, I got a cough. Which is kind of sucky, right? Sammy, I've only seen. Hold on a second. Let me verify some information, Sammy. But here's what I would suggest, Sammy. If you're seeing only one location reporting 720 million shares, and every other location you go to look is reporting something less than that, then I would go with where you see the most amount of reported, look like whatever you see the most of. So that's what I would say. I haven't seen any kind of proof yet. I'm not saying that it hasn't happened, that Adam Aaron hasn't released an additional 200,000 shares. It's just that I haven't seen any other corresponding data to chart exchange. I mean, you see what I'm saying? Like going to one source and saying, "Aha, I have the smoking gun for an increase of shares in existence it would be it's kind of weird, right? Like it doesn't make sense. Like go around and look and see what other reports you can find that either verify or don't verify that information. Do some fact checking. Pull it up everywhere you can possibly find it, and see if it matches. See if the numbers make sense. So, but if Chart Exchange is the only location that's reporting that, then there's something probably wrong with their data reporting. Either that, either that, or they are the holy grail of seeing when numbers change before anybody else can see it. So one of the two. And if that's the case, then from now on we watch Chart Exchange over everything else, because they got the information prior to anyone else getting it. Forbes is calling on Gary Gensler to resign. Holly Mo Music HD. That's a really cool name. I welcome to the channel. I haven't seen the name before. You're welcome for the valuable info. Um, I'm here to document history, and if I can provide info along the way that helps us, I'm glad. So I'm glad it helps you. We are down to 650 on, or is that right? Hold on, 651 on Ape and 960 on AMC, and we're getting 12 minutes. We're like 12 minutes away from me going through the numbers again. We have 10.75 million shares traded on Ape and 11.9 through AMC. Very, very similar volume levels today. Oh, Doug, I'm not a tax consultant, but that doesn't sound right to me, and I would highly recommend you contact a CPA. Short-term capital gains and long-term capital gains is you might want to check that out and see if that's actually right, because I think you might find that there might be something wrong with what you're saying there. Sammy says, Casey, if it's true, any changes, please. I'm not sure what you mean by that. Hey, Holly Mo Music HD, you don't have to shout. Believe it or not, I don't do I don't do what are they called again? So I don't do super chats. So shouting doesn't, I mean, it kind of does help me to see what it is that you're writing, but there's no need to shout over everybody else though. Steven says, so when does the manipulation stop and the criminals go to jail? Quite frankly, Steven, I think it's kind of the same thing that I've always said before. I really think that the market kind of has to crash a little bit before we can start running. Jabib says, I don't see a reason to sell AMC first. AMC is the foundation of this play. The short, the short. I want to comment on that. The place where AMC is heavily shorted the most, right, is AMC. So what I lend some credit a little bit to what it is that you're saying. Yeah, I mean it's where the pressure is applied the most in short positions. The sooner they can get those short positions closed out or in a forced uh, covering, then the sooner it'll be over. Myself says super shouts. I have a feeling Holly Mo probably doesn't know that because my live stream sucks, my ISP sucks. That there's probably a time delay, and she's probably watching. I said she. I'm assuming it's a she because it says Holly. It could be Holy, right? Holy Mo music. I guess Holly would be spelled different, so it's probably Holy Mo music. I don't know why I said Holly. Holly, Holy. I don't know. Probably watching on a delay. Hit the live button, Holy. Holy Mo music. Mo music. When you hear this, hit that live button because my ISP, my AT&T sucks. That's why. AT&T sucks. Casey, do you anything about being 700 million ape shares on the market? Man, these questions are gonna be repeating today. All right. Hyuntae song. Again, if you find one source that has the information, always try to collab. What's the word? What's the word? I can't think of the word. Verify. I swear I'm like Porky Pig over here. I can't get the words out. Just go ahead and verify. I'm trying to like use big words. I'm like, verify. Verify with another source, right? Don't just stick to one source for your information. Go to multiple sources. Find out if that jives or if it's kind of seems like maybe a misreporting. Corroborate. I couldn't say it. I wanted to say collaborate and I couldn't get corroborate out. I couldn't get it out. Thank you, Point Break. Words, man, they're so hard. So very unnecessary. They can only do harm. So I legit went to a Dave Matthews concert and he started talking. I had no idea. I had no idea that Dave Matthews has a really difficult time speaking. And it made me feel really, really, really good because I was like, you know what? If Dave Matthews can put out some amazing music like that and sing as well as he does and do what he's done and yet can't speak, it made me feel like I guess just better, you know? Like I can do it. I can make it. You know, Johnny, it's just I don't know, man. I'm not always going to be right, Johnny. I can tell you that for sure. I promise you that I'm going to make mistakes. I know I have. I've already made some before. It happens to me too. The difference is, Johnny, is look to the people who make mistakes and correct themselves and publicly announce that they've made a mistake and then correct it and own up to it. That's what you're looking for. If you're look to the people who make mistakes and then say, "Guys, I was wrong. I was wrong, and let me show you how I was wrong and let me correct that and say this would have been better." Or I'm going to try to be better and do this differently. That's what you want to look for in people because that truly is, you want to see that quality in somebody. You don't want to see somebody who's like, I'm always right. I'm never wrong. Get out of here. Your shit stinks just like the rest of us. Yeah, I love Depeche Mode, Tom. Hydra Snake, words are stupid. Words suck. Uh, words are like stupid and stuff. Point Break Thor says you speak better than Ozzy. I can never understand that dude. I don't even understand how like he talks and people are like, "Oh yeah, yeah." And I go like, "What did he say? What did he say?" I can't understand him the whole time. I don't understand. I maybe get a word or two. The Cat Zone says I got to go see Phil for Real's new Matt Kors Fanny Pack song. I'll have to check it out. Nasir says, "Man, the FUD out there is just crazy, dude. I'm telling you, man, it's thick right now. It is really, really thick. So part of this, Nasir, is what I'm seeing from my perspective. What I'm seeing is one of two things, right? You either have a lot of people who are just trying to grab onto hopium straws, or you have a lot of fake information that's purposely being disseminated into our community in order to try and create confusion. So, and it might be a little bit of both, right? It might be a little both where we have people who are attaching themselves to the opium straws, the fake opium straws that are being put out there, and it ends up being a little bit painful as we have to kind of go through this like up and down psychological mess of like trying to figure out what's right and what's wrong, and it's it kind of works as a psychological attack, and it does I feel like it does kind of work a little bit. Jabib's put in a super chat. Yes, I got my first super chat ever. I would think the hedge funds are playing ape more cautiously so they don't end up in the same position. That is really funny, Jabibs. I can't stop laughing. I can't even read what it is you said. It's like it's a fake. Hey, let's call these synthetic super chats. We got synthetic super chats in here, guys. I'm rich. I would think the hedge funds are playing ape more cautiously so they don't end up in the same position they are in with AMC. Hold AMC. Oh man, that made me laugh, man. Synthetic super chats. I love it. You have Trading View on the big screen. Oh, that's not at me. Yeah, Kim, in regards to the haircut under $10, I was supposed to look that up last night. I actually put it as a star on my table here. I wrote it in. Last night I was supposed to go see a movie. Boy, we went to an AMC movie theater I've never been to before. That was an experience. And I'm gonna probably send a private message to AMC and just kind of let them know what happened over there. Ultimately, I was super satisfied with the way the staff handled the situation. But man, we didn't even get to see the movie last night. Yeah, we didn't even get to see the movie. So it was handled very well by the staff. But man, I've got some things I got to talk to AMC about because somebody needs to get over to that AMC theater and check it out. Doge Cult member says, just remember you initiated early this. Initiated? What did I do? I don't know what I did. Sir Poker says, I donate three. I got a super chat for 3,000. Yes. Synthetic super chat. Yes. Thank you so much, Sir Poker. I can't wait to go spend it on a new Tesla. My fake synthetic Tesla. I mean, I'm sorry. I mean a big tramp. My synthetic. No, no, because the big tramp is not fake. It's real. So in regards to the $10 haircut, is this? They've known about it for a really long time. The idea that they would need the collateral to lower the price lower than $10. What I want you guys to remember is this: the combined total for AMC and Ape is what it's going to cost them to close out positions that they may need collateral for. We're not under that yet, so I'm not sure if they're taking that into an account because technically speaking, the short positions that are opened are tied up in AMC1. AMC1, notice that the volume on AMC is actually dropped quite a bit on the positions that are being opened and closed on a daily basis for AMC. But AMC1 is the valuation of AMC and Ape together, which is not below $10. Uh-oh. We got a T30 now? What's the T30? I don't know. I haven't heard anything about the T30. I don't I don't know. I haven't heard about this T30. You're gonna have to point me in the right direction. Okay, T90. Yeah, so the T90 doesn't I don't think applies to us. Yeah, I was a little upset, Kim. I'm not gonna lie. It's like it's been a hot minute since with all the drama that's been happening with the family, and I don't mean drama in a bad way. I just mean with, just the unmentionables. Um, it felt like it was going to be like a good time to go out and see a movie and just kind of I don't know, feel normal, I guess. And so it was just kind of unfortunate. Uh, I might get to go see a movie Friday though, so there's that. maybe maybe I'll go see a movie on Friday. So we're talking about it. But thanks, Kim. I appreciate that. Yeah, remember that AMC one, all the options that were created that were prior to the split were pushed into something called the options chain called AMC one, and that valuation is Ape plus AMC. And myself says 16. If I look at TradingView right now, it's 1597. So yeah, yeah, right there. Myself is right. Mega, well, mm, I don't know about that, Mega Johnny. Uh, maybe. I don't think it would. It should be against collateral, not against borrowing amounts. But I mean, I don't know. I don't want to argue about it. I don't think that should have anything to do with cost to borrow. It should have to do with collateral held in order to borrow. Which may raise it. Usually, what causes cost to borrow to drive up is availability. And if you look at how many shares are available to borrow right now, not a whole lot. Utilization's like super high on both AMC and Ape. We're almost at the highest level of loaning ever. 190. I haven't wrote down the numbers. Highest amount of shares ever on loan that we've seen for AMC was 195.76, and today we're at 180 something, 180. I don't have it. 184.55. So it's like 10 million difference. It's close, real close. Bjork, it looks to me like they're trying to drop it to synthetic price failure, which you can see on the screen there at those red, white, and yellow, red, white, and blue lines. $6.33. Now I don't know if SSR triggers or not for Ape yet. I don't know what the. I would think that it fits Reg Show requirements. We're outside of like a 3-day requirement, I think, for Reg Show. So I would think that it would fit requirements, and $10 or 10% down from yesterday's closing price should be about 641. So if SSR tripped for AMC or Ape, it should have. Let me see if, yeah, they don't have it set up yet on here, so it should have tripped it. Thank you so much, Nathan. It is time for the numbers. Who is they? That's always a great question, Doge Colt. I don't know who was I talking about. You're right. If I use they, Doge Colt, I apologize. Anybody who's loaning shares is they. Anybody who's loaning shares and anybody who has short positions would be they. Big Red Apple synthetic price failures. If you really want to understand what those are, go to my description box. It's going to take 26. I think there's two videos you really need to watch. Only one to understand what synthetic price failure is. But I've got links to a video that's going to take like, I don't know, it depends on which one it is that you watch, but combined, I think there's like 26 minutes worth of video that you got to watch to understand. But it would take me it would take me some time to explain that every single time, so I just created a video for that so you can watch it. When you've got some free time, I would just highly recommend that you go check out most everything that I have posted in the description is really, really good information, like stuff that I wouldn't just put in there for no reason at all. I think it's good to understand. MCon, I don't think T90 applies to us. All right, it's time for me to take a look at the numbers, guys, because I want to take a break. So I'm going to take you guys over to the other page. I will not be able to see what it is you guys are writing until you see the big tramp back up on the screen again. So hold those specific thoughts and comments for me because I will not be able to answer them. And I will not be going back to see what it is that you wrote. So hold those comments. Alrighty, two-factor authentication, guys. If you don't have it, you may want to consider getting it. It could prevent you from having somebody be in your account that you don't want in your account. And let me move a couple screens over and we'll take a look at the numbers. We got quite a bit to kind of go over here because we're going over some new numbers now. Alrighty, starting with off exchange, an hour. By this time of the day, I would expect about 49% in the off exchange on AMC and about 11 to 12% in the EDGX for those two exchanges. Let's see where it's at now. 58.47, which is extremely like 10, almost 10% higher on the off exchange, and the EDGX to 8.61, which is lower. Like I said, not a whole lot of options being traded right now, and that could be because of haircuts. 67.08% of our total volume on AMC is going through those two off exchanges alone. It's a lot of price discovery being hidden when shares are being traded through off exchanges. Let's take a look at Ape. Exchange volume going through off exchange volume going through Ape is 52.59 and EDGX is at 11.92. That is so weird. Oh, it's ETFs. CBOE EDGX is ETFs. Okay, so apparently we're being traded into ETFs right now because like nearly 12% of our volume is going through the EDGX. Yeah. 64.5, the 64.51 million, the combined total of the off exchange and the CBOE EDGX volume is going through those two exchanges. Again, those numbers are extremely high for this time of the day and would be affecting price discovery. Taking a look at the Ortex data, AMC for the day-to-day an hour ago had 4.35 million shares having been borrowed. That is now up to 6.23 million shares being borrowed. That's going to have the effect of raising the estimated short share interest of the free float to 21.18%. And cost to borrow is at 28.28%, which is very high. Today, the amount of shares that are on loan is 184.55 million, which is an increase of 15.1 million shares day over day. I'm estimating about 2.6% or 2.6 million of that is was short interest. Taking a look at Ape. So far for the day today, we have a return of 971,000 shares. Earlier, it was a borrow of 184,000 an hour ago. That's going to have the effect of lowering the estimated short share interest slightly of the free float to 26.63. Cost to borrow is at 18.23. Shares on loan, this is going to be the awe and shock right here, right? Shares on loan being reported at 138.18 million today. Day over day, that's an increase of 130.8 million shares. 130.8 million. The interesting thing about this is that the utilization is showing 66.06%. If you divide 138.18 divided by 0.6606, it gives you the total amount of shares available to borrow, which I'll do that right now just to kind of show you guys what it is. 138.18 divided by 0.6606. There is 209.17 million shares available to borrow according to this self-reported data by Ortex. That is a lot of shares considering the fact that there is still a substantial portion of people who have not received their shares yet. So some very interesting data coming out of Ortex for the day today. Hopefully, Adam Aaron is collecting the data. Taking a look at the options. Still no options chain from what we can see on Ape. On AMC, there's been some very, very, very low options. This could be due to the fact that the haircut's in effect. Collateral needed to open positions may be too extreme to have a lot of volume there. So currently on call options, we only see 460. The highest amount of volume at a strike price of 20. There's 460 contracts now. It was about 300 earlier, so not that much of a change. At $17.50 strike for puts, it was our highest volume earlier at around 0.2 thousand contracts. It is now currently at 18.5, giving us 777 contracts or 0.7 contracts. So we've got almost a 2-to-1 in puts versus calls in the $18.50 to $20 range. Orders by Fidelity customers. Ape is currently trending 6th, most heavily traded with a 69% buy, nice, to 31% sell ratio. AMC coming in 15th with 68% buys to 32% sales. And GME in 24th down here with 73% buys to 27% sales. So GME is looking pretty strong in that buy to sell ratio. Trigger price for SSR for AMC for the day today would have been $8.62, but we still have not triggered that. It doesn't appear that there's any new shares that have been borrowed in the last hour, and it does appear that there's zero available and hardly anything in the ETFs whatsoever. Fees were last seen at 21.6%. It does look like AMC is hard to borrow right now. The NASDAQ is currently up 0.75, Dow Jones is up 0.18, and the S&P 500 is up 0.6. We currently have 4,400 advancers to 2,358 decliners. The VIX is down 3.02, VTI is up 0.61, IWD is up 0.69, Tesla's down 1.71. Amazon is up 1.6. Cinemark is down 0.19. Doge is up 1.58. Bitcoin is up 1.21. GameStop is down 2.69. HYMC is down 2.28. Hood is up 1.99. NCMI is up 2.42. Ape is down 9.26. Down 9.26. AMC is down 1.3%. And as far as AMC goes, we have $2 million roughly more in inflow than outflow, with 14.5 million shares having been traded for the day today after 116 minutes. Putting us on pace for about 48.8 million shares traded by the end of the day today. So volume is definitely low right now. I suggested in pre-market that we would see 20 to 40 million, but then I later changed it to 30-50 because I don't usually go under 20 or under 30-50. So right now we're on pace, but that may not hold true. We'll see. We'll see by the end of the day. On the weekly, on AMC, we currently have more selling pressure than buying pressure on the weekly time interval, with RSI at 44.4. On the daily, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 36.81, which is below average. On the hourly, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 33.03, which is below average. On a 30-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 32.83, almost signaling oversold. And you can see it's definitely been hitting on the bottom side of this Bollinger Band almost all day long today. On a 5-minute interval, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 34.33, which is below average. And for Ape, we have $2 million more inflow than outflow, with 13.07 million shares having been traded so far after 107 minutes. I might have done the math wrong earlier, but that's on AMC. But Ape is showing 47.6 million pace for the day, and I have the same volume prediction for Ape as I do AMC, with 30 to 50 million shares by the end of the day. I can probably only start on the hourly for time intervals due to the fact we don't have enough data to support any other time frame. There is currently equal amounts of buying and selling pressure with an RSI of 27.87, signaling oversold. On a 30-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 25.05, signaling oversold. And on a 5-minute interval, just slightly more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 36.64, which is below average. Let's see if I can get some kind of indication as to where we may be heading. I don't have a synthetic price failure set up for AMC. Let me check and see what I got down for numbers here. We're still targeting new lows. So what are we at here? 943. That is still not a new low from yesterday's 923. So we're still looking for new lows. A typical turnaround point for us once we get past 20%, 26% down is around like 35%. So this may not be at a bottom just as of yet. Let me just calculate out what 35% down is. $8.47 would be the next turnaround point. So I'll put that in 847. I will move this line down to 847, just so you can have an idea as to where the next turnaround point might occur, if it should go that low. And let's see what we can get. Let's see what we can see for charting. I mean, let's put on a 5-minute interval. we may be seeing an inverted head and shoulders starting to form, but I can't really make that determination just yet. We'd have to see some more consolidation at the price range that we're at for probably at least a good um, 45 minutes, and we're already. Why does this happen? There we go. Basically like noonish. We would need to see consolidation at noon from now until noon. So basically the next 40 minutes, and then seeing price rise back up and maybe support like a 968 range. But we'll have to see. I can't really tell yet. It's a little too soon to be figuring that out. The only really thing that I see right now is just kind of maybe perhaps like a support level that's kind of that we're kind of staying above right now. But I can't really say it's not a descending parallel channel. No, it's not. This actually might correspond really well with the idea of a breakout at noon right here. So if we were to consolidate right here up until about noonish and then break out upwards and then consolidate again, we could have an inverse head and shoulder pattern forming. I'm not saying for certain that that's the case, although we do have falling price with falling volume. It usually turns into bullish movement. Might have something very similar to that happening on Ape as well, but I'm not going to draw this top line. I'm just going to look for that support line to trend this way. Again, I'm going to need some more data on this to kind of get an idea as to where we're heading to. So I'm not going to draw anything out for this one just yet. Need some more data. If it turns around and consolidate, or if it turns around and starts heading back down here and tests this level of support that's falling, then we could perhaps say that there's a future breakout coming, potentially maybe a little bit after AMC would move, but we'll see. I'm not going to keep that top line in there. All right. Bollinger Bands. Let's get rid of those. Some very similar price movements, though, between Ape and AMC. Fame says that the sphincter is a great squeeze muscle. I love it, Fame. That's awesome, man. Oh, I think we're gonna be okay on Fame. I don't see anything that worries me at this point. In fact, the fact that they borrowed 100 and what is it, 130 million, 130.8 million shares to continue to do what it is that they're doing on Ape tells me that they're in trouble. That was a lot of shares to borrow overnight. It's SoCal Ape. It would just be the amount of collateral that would be increased needed to hold short positions. But what I will say, and Jabib's kind of touched on there just a little bit, is that in regards to some of the short positions that are held with AMC from prior to the split, those short positions are still open, but it's the equivalent price of Ape and AMC together that causes those to be within a certain price. So there's not a whole lot of volume that's occurring right now, SoCal, on the derivatives for AMC. Um, and what I would say is that may be due to the fact that there's that the haircut collateral that would be needed for those new positions to be opened. And maybe perhaps the reason why you're not seeing like something drastic happening is due to the fact that the combined price between AMC and Ape is still above 10. Wait a minute, hold on a second. Myself saw he will respond. I did what you asked. Watch. Hold up. What am I responding to here? I don't see what you said. Oh, you're responding to what Adam Aaron's gonna say. I gotcha. Oh, my bad. My bad. Sorry about that. There we go. Sorry about having those on the same thing. I was like, those are looking the same. That's because they are the same, you jackass. Sugar Crane's like, you dumbass. Doug's saying it too. You guys, yeah, it looks the same because it is the same. Oh man. Johnny says, was that borrowed or was that the 17% of shorts held through the split and now owe Ape also? Was that borrowed? It was borrowed. It's still part of the percentage of short interest that's out there that's being reported. Because we were down to like what, 17% way back then. So yes, that is part of the number, yes. Greg says they're killing Ape today. I mean, I wouldn't call it killing. I mean, 7.85% is not really killing. It's interesting though. Synthetic price failures. Who said that? Where's? Yeah, Greg. So the interesting thing about synthetic price failures is they're meant to feel like they're like the price is being killed, right? So that's the entire point behind a synthetic price failure is to crash the price within a short period of time, somewhere between 20, 35, and well, I always say 20, 40, and 60%, but it's really technically 20, 35, and 60%. I rounded up one of the numbers to 20, 40, 60 because it's just easier to remember. But it really is 20, 35, and 60. But it's designed. The market is designed to have those drops in prices to make it feel like it's getting killed. But in actuality, um, like we've seen if you look at the combined price between these two since Friday, we've only dropped. Let's see, we're at $16 right now, 16 cents. So we're down $2 and like 5 cents since Friday. So almost a week has gone by, and $2 ain't nothing for us. We've seen way worse drops than that. It's just that these synthetic price failures are designed to make you feel worse. Yeah, all in AMC just basically said the same thing I said. All right, guys, I'm gonna take a break. I'm gonna head out. It's been a while since I've gotten a 10 o'clock break, 10:20 break, so I'm gonna go now at 10:30. I'll be back at 11:10. Johnny says they need your shares and are paying billions to make this price action to happen, so you sell and they can buy cheap. Don't fall for it. I agree. It is definitely costing them a lot of money to do this. All right. Let me put this like this. I think I'm willing to draw that line on Ape now, because I do feel like there's a little bit of consolidation there, enough to put up this, which may see us breaking out after we trip a synthetic price failure, which would be somewhere in this range right here. Let me move it back just a tad bit, maybe here. This is a very aggressive. This could break out. This is just a suggestion, guy. Anytime I draw one of these boxes, this is a suggested breakout point. I will say this is a very aggressive descending wedge where we have price falling and we have volume falling, which should be a bullish breakout going up north. Also, if I were to draw a trend channel through this as well, and the trend is pointing towards the bottom of the trend, which I think this is actually pointing towards the top. A little bit of disagreement here, and let me just change this just a tad. There we go. This is pointing towards the bottom, if not right down to the very middle. So, but what we're going to see is, either a breakout really soon here, or you're going to see some more consolidation within this, and you're going to see this trend line is going to be shooting down more towards the bottom side of the wedge, which typically means a breakout going up. So just, it's trending. So I'm going to go ahead and leave these up here just like so. It doesn't mean it can't break out before. Just these are suggested breakout points. I don't get them all right all the time. It would be amazing if I did, though. All right, I'll see you guys back in a little bit. 11:10.
Love Upbeat? Upgrade to Premium for just $6.99 a month to get unlimited downloads, premium tracks, and whitelist your YouTube channel. Unleash your creativity with Upbeat Premium.
Looking to take your content to the next level? Upbeat Premium gives you unlimited access to premium tracks for only $6.99 a month. So what are you waiting for? Go premium now.
All right, I'm back. We're going to play a little game. We're going to play a little game called Guess This Sound. Hold on a second. I had to roll up my window. I got the dark tint on the window now. Here we go. Guess this sound. Anybody? Johnny for the win. It is AMC's Perfectly Pop Popcorn. Ken says chewing a carrot. A carrot. Ken's got that volume turned up way high. I'm going to finish this handful of popcorn. Give me a second. I'm not sure if it's even worth listening to me chew or not. I'll take it off so you guys don't have to hear me chewing. Poker chips. You guys all poker chips. 10Ds++ says Forbes article on firing Gensler. I haven't read it yet. Is it worth a read? We didn't get the breakout inside the box that I've got here, but we definitely are traveling down this descending wedge. Normally, when you have falling price and falling volume, you have a breakout going up. It should be bullish. I have not seen that happen yet. As far as Ape goes, season curly fries says, Casey, got any good food in your beard stories? No, not really. But I'll tell you one thing that really is annoying is when you know you haven't eaten a meal in like, I don't know, 6 hours, and then you go to like, I don't know, you go to like just kind of grab your beard kind of thing. You just kind of, I don't know, it tends to be a thing that I don't know why it happens, but I just tend to like, I don't know, grab the beard every once in a while. Kind of, it's almost like that thing. It's like your security blanket. Like you just kind of pet it. it's it's a pet. I have a pet on my face. But you haven't eaten any food for like 6 hours. You go to grab your beard, and then all of a sudden, some food particle falls out of it, and you're just like, ew. 6 hours and nobody said anything to me? Come on. Yo says it's an absolute yes, it's absolutely scathing write up. All right, I don't know if I'll be able to read it because of the fact that it's usually paywalled on Forbes, but I'll try to give it a go. Captain Awesome says we call them flavor savers. I don't know, man. I don't know. That's kind of gross to me. Hold on a second here, guys. I'm going to we need to run through the numbers here. So we'll run through the numbers. We'll look for the Forbes article and see if we can't read that. If I can't read it, then oh well. Give me a second here. Taking you guys over to the other screen. Although, no, I'm going to leave you here just for a minute to see if this breaks out. I really do want to see AMC break upwards here. I want to see it, but I don't know if we're going to. So while I'm waiting for that, I'm going to go ahead and log into my broker. Oh, yeah, the question about where did I get the AMC pop. We went to the movie theater last night, and we didn't get to see the movie. They had technical problems. And so we had all this popcorn. We brought it home with us. So it's last night's popcorn. I do. I eat. Believe it or not, guys, I'll eat pop. I'll eat the perfectly popped popcorn up to like 24 hours later. If we've got leftover popcorn at the end of the movie, I'll bring it home. It's still usually good. It's unusual how good how long it lasts for. I am a little bit weird though, so I don't know. Maybe it's just because I'm weird. I hate wasting a good thing. Two-factor authentication, guys. If you don't have two-factor authentication, you might want to get it. It could help keep somebody out of your account that you don't want in there. On a couple occasions, it's kept me out. Hey, thanks, attendees plus plus. I appreciate it. I will. I'll go to my my DMs to get that. Also, guys, I just want to let you know I've been really bogged down with followers on Twitter. I normally follow back almost instantly, so give me just a little bit of chance. I gotta play a little bit of catch up on there. I usually am pretty diligent about making sure that the people that I follow back aren't like bots and stuff. So I kind of look through profiles. If I haven't followed you back, don't take it personally. I will get to it. It just takes me some time, and or you can send me a DM. Send me. Well, I think you can. I think you can send me a DM. You send me a DM and say like, hey, how about that follow back or whatever. I don't know. I like to follow the people who are following me. I want to see what it is you're writing, what you're saying. I don't think this is going to break out like right this second, but it looks like it's trying to. I don't see any massive amounts of volume here. All right, let's just go ahead and go over to the other page. Captain Awesome says leftover popcorn is proof that it's perfectly popped. Hector says FTX failed to locate Ape and paid customers in USD. Wow, that is unacceptable, Hector. I would highly recommend putting in a complaint to Fintel about that. Or sorry, FINRA. I don't know why I said Fintel. Let me post. I will post the link for you in the comment section right now. You should whatever documentation that you got from your broker in regards to why that would be the case should be put into that complaint filing that you make. Because that quite frankly, that's unacceptable. Completely unacceptable. That should have you. I don't know. That'd have me pissed. I would be pissed. Let's see here. Let's go through the numbers. Right after I move a couple screens around. Dang, I'm so pissed. I'm so pissed for you right now that I can't even do what I'm supposed to be doing. I'm like trying to think like, what am I supposed to be doing again here? Oh yeah, that's right. Man, that is so pissed. I'm pissed off. I hate it when retail gets screwed over. All right, let's start with off exchange. An hour ago, we had 58.16 and 8.91 going through AMC's off exchange. That is now, actually, I wonder, can I do, let's duplicate this tab. Oh, sweet. I think I can do this. Let me just see what you guys are seeing. 58.16. Okay. All right, cool. I think I can duplicate these tabs and I can just open them up. Let's see what it shows now. Oh, sweet. I did not know I could do this. I can just switch between them like so. Oh, this is going to be awesome. All right, cool. So the one you're looking at right now is AMC. 58.16 and 8.91% were the values from an hour ago. Let's give that a refresh and see where we're at now. We're currently at 57.16. Oops. Through off exchange and 9.06 through the EDGX for a grand total of 66.22% going through the off exchange. For this time of the day, it's pretty high. This is Ape that you're looking at, and I just refreshed it, so I don't know what the numbers were from an hour ago, but I'm pretty sure it was around like 62% in totals, and right now we've got 54.53 going through the off exchange for Ape and 11.34 for EDGX, giving us a grand total of 65.87 going through the off exchange. That is lost price discovery. Off exchange trades count volume, but not against price. That is lost price discovery right there. I'm going to do this. Duplicate. Ape. All right. Moving over to Ortex's data. Let me see how that looks. Let me just switch between the two pages right now to see how that looks for you guys. Boom, boom. Okay, cool. That's awesome. It works. Sweet. Okay, so the data you're looking at right now is for AMC in the top right-hand corner. An hour ago for AMC, it was reporting 6.23 million shares having been borrowed. That value is now currently at 6.33, so not much of a change. That's going to have a very small effect, if none, on estimated current short share interest of the free float, which is at 21.2%. Cost of borrow average is at 28.28. Shares on loan for the day today is 184.55, which is only about 10 million shares away from the highest we've ever seen on loan before. That's a 15.1 million increase day over day on shares on loan, with about, I'm estimating 2.6 of that being in short interest. And if we go over and take a look at the Ape data, which is now showing up on the screen, it's showing a return of 6.49 million shares. Interesting. Earlier, it was a borrow or a return of 971,000 shares. It's now equaling the exact opposite of what there is in AMC. So return of 6.49 million shares, which should lower the estimated short share interest of the free float, which it did to 25.58%. The cost of borrow is 18.53, and shares on loans at 138.18 million. I'm starting to wonder if they're going to report very similar numbers to AMC here pretty soon. I'm kind of wondering about that. All right, moving on. Taking a look at the options for AMC, we are seeing a total of highest amount of volume for the calls at a strike price of $20. And at $20, there's an hour ago there was 0.4 thousand contracts. There is 1,000 contracts, and now there's 0.5 thousand contracts, or 500. On the puts, highest amount of volume is at $18.50. An hour ago there was 700 contracts. There's now 1.6 thousand contracts. So 3-to-1 ratio in puts versus calls. I think I see what's going on here. I think I see what's going on here. The AMC shares that are still being purchased are still being treated as if it's a combined total price, because our combined total price right now, let me just read it off to you guys. Our combined total price right now is 1609, which would make a little bit more sense as to why these options are playing out so high, which I don't think is the way that it's supposed to be being traded right now. I thought AMC was supposed to be being traded options separate from AMC or from Ape. But these options, I mean, the amount of volume that I'm seeing right here, it makes sense to me that they're still combining the valuation of Ape and AMC. I don't know. It's kind of weird. I don't know what to quite make of this. I'm gonna have to do some inquiries and kind of dig into this a little bit. I still haven't done that. Had a chance to do that yet. So, still working on my off time, guys. I'm still working on family stuff over here. So, I've been kind of tied down a little bit. Just time. Let's see here. Orders by Fidelity customers. Ape is currently 6th most heavily traded stock with 70% buys or 30% sales. AMC is in 14th with 72% buys or 28% sales. And GME coming in at 25th with 76% buys or 24% sales. So very heavy buying going on across the board on all three of those. SSR triggers today at $8.62 for AMC. It does appear that there's been some shares that have been returned, although they did borrow some of them back. Fees are currently at 23.5%. See, just about. I'm going to count these. I'm going to count this as 50,000 shares having been borrowed. So far for the day-to-day on Stock Tracker, we've seen about 1.55 million shares having been borrowed. NASDAQ is up 0.77, Dow Jones is up 0.08, and the S&P 500 is up 0.49. We currently have 4,355 advancers to 2,471 decliners. The market is going green right now. VIX is down 0.61. VTI is up 0.55. IWD is up 0.54. Tesla is down 1.25. Amazon is up 1.61. Cinemark is down 0.9. Doge is up 0.57. Bitcoin is up 0.77. GameStop is down 1.77. HYMC is down 1.93. Hood is up 2.84. NCMI is up 1.21. Ape is down 6.59, and AMC is down 1.36. Inflow versus outflow on AMC. There's currently $5 million more in inflow. Volume currently at 19.33 million shares traded so far for the day. Not quite halfway through the day today. Let's see what kind of pace we're on. Looks like we're on pace for 41.6 million shares traded by the end of the day today. That's I suggested somewhere between 30 and 50. So we're on pace for that right now, but we're still kind of slowing down here a little bit. On the weekly, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 44.34, which is below average, or no, slightly below average. On the daily, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 36.74, which is below average. On the hourly, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 32.18, which is below average. On a 30-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 31.75, which is below average. And on a 5-minute interval, we have a convergence, or what's going to turn into what appears to be a divergence or a crossover. The vortex indicator showing more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 40.99, which is below average. So we're starting to see a little, on the 5-minute interval, we're starting to see what appears to be a reversal. I just see consolidation though, currently. Taking a look at Ape, on Ape, there's currently $1 million more. Actually, there's really only about $300,000 more in inflow than outflow. 15.84 million shares having been traded so far. And on pace for 33.9 million shares traded by the end of the day today. I suggested 30 to 50 million. Looking at the 30-minute, oh, actually, I'll do hour. Hourly, looking at the hourly, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 34.6, which is it's below average. On a 30-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 34.93, which is below average. And on a 5-minute interval, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 50.81, which is just about average. If I was a betting man, I think they tripped SSR on Ape. All right, give me 1 second, and I will read the article from. And thank you very much, 10Ds for sending that to me. Recession and the specter of a long, painful. Hold on a second. Let me just make sure I'm reading from the top here. All right. Recession and the specter of a long, painful recovery have plunged U.S. financial markets. Securities and Exchange Commission Chairman Gary Gensler could do something about it, but he seems not to pay attention, let alone care. Instead, he doubles down on the distortions which twerked the market in the first twerked the market in the first place. Opaque, inconsistent, and arbitrary policies. Policy to serve SEC insiders, not the rule of law. Gensler's SEC demands complex, bewildering disclosures on how financial assets affect the weather, develops discriminatory rules without procedure and input, and applies regulation, not rule of law, but caprice. He rejects constitutional checks and balances, bristling at congressional oversight, which dares to question new SEC environmental, social, and governance orthodox. He weaponizes the SEC's war on cryptocurrency by claiming that every digital asset is probably a security. The SEC has not developed forthright policy on cryptocurrency. Congress has not instructed it to do so, and commissioners have never voted on a position. But Gensler's nonetheless urges startups to come in and talk to us about getting registered. The agency's Freedom of Information Act officially flippantly rejects investors' good faith requests for clarity and information. Gensler thumbs his nose at Congress and the judiciary alike. SEC lawyers. Oh, hold on a second. SEC lawyers refuse to comply with court orders to produce evidence on SEC leaders' views, which are material to the SEC Ripple Labs, a $1.3 billion lawsuit against an enterprise blockchain company. Magistrate Judge Sarah Netburn repeatedly ordered documents from the SEC's William Hinman's now infamous 2018 speech on crypto. Her July opinion and order blasted the agency for hypocrisy and behavior which, quote unquote, suggests that the SEC is adopting a litigation position to further its desired goal and not out of a faithful allegiance to the law. The SEC's pattern of regulation by enforcement has obliterated the hope of U.S. leadership in financial innovation in cryptocurrency and opportunities for new investors. The SEC's 2-year litigation against Ripple has spooked investors and discredited the agency in the eyes of the consumers and investors, whom by law it is supposed to protect. The SEC's increasingly stupefying arguments about Ripple's digital asset XRP have departed even the broad discretion allowed by 1933 Securities Act of the Supreme Court of 1946 Howey decision. Subsequent SEC enforcement confirmed Gensler's antipathy to tokens. I don't know why that word looks so stupid to me. I can't say it. It's just because I can't say it. Subsequent SEC enforcement confirms Gensler's antipathy to tokens, which goes against legal precedent and technological neutrality. In SEC versus LBRY, the agency took on the New Hampshire-based blockchain developer. Gensler's lawyers said essentially that if a person buys a token on the secondary markets for speculative purposes, then every one of those tokens is an investment contract in a company that the rest of the holders may have never heard of. Nothing else matters. Gensler, attempting to resurrect his once darling profile, offered in a Wall Street Journal op-ed that the SEC treats crypto like the rest of the capital markets, that laws protect investors even with new technologies, and at its toughest, the SEC is merely regulating risky crypto lending products. His statement would be true if the SEC had a simple set of rules for all assets. It does not. For the SEC to regulate cryptocurrency lawfully, Congress must instruct the SEC to do so, and the SEC would then conduct a due process inquiry, rulemaking, and finally commission vote. Gensler's piece was apparent face-saving from a blistering takedown of his cryptocurrency confusion by law professor J.W. Verrett earlier in the same medium. I will say this in regards to looking for something? Oh, okay. In regards to Gensler and being asked to look into crypto lending products, he was very explicitly requested to make sure both him and Powell were mandated by our lawmakers to start looking into cryptocurrency and the impacts that it's having on our financial system. So I know they've already gone down that route. I don't know if there was any kind of like documentation in regards to that, but I do know that we've watched them in a couple different hearings where they've talked about like making sure that they crack down on cryptocurrency and its effects on our American markets. Gensler did further subterfuge at the 2021 Aspen Security Forum by falsely claiming that Howey is a three-part test when it is in fact four. This rewrite of history conveniently eliminates Howey's critical fourth prong of investment contract, which, if colluded, contradicts SEC's invented legal theory in Ripple and LBRY. I don't know anything about any of that they're talking about there, so can't help you guys. The SEC is under the Gensler disrespects Congress and the courts and imperils investors and innovators. Gensler is leading himself and the SEC into ruin. He should resign now to avoid further damage. The SEC under the Gensler. It's like poor writing. The SEC under the Gensler. There's no comma. This was throwing me off. The SEC under the Gensler disrespects Congress and the courts and imperils investors and innovators. I don't know. I am by no means a grammar Nazi. Like, I don't even really care. It just makes it really hard to read, though. Captain Awesome says you're correct. Ape SSR has been triggered at 642. I had 641, so I didn't round up. So yeah, that makes sense. I had it triggering at 641, so 642 would have been trigger point. So it kind of makes sense why it's heading back up a little bit now. Let me make sure I got the correct bottom in for, let's see, 633. Okay, we have not hit a synthetic price failure on Ape, so I don't have to put any data in for that one. We did hit a low of 936 on AMC, which is not as low as the 923 we saw previously. I think it was yesterday. And it does appear that we're getting a little bit of consolidation here. This was definitely not a breakout that we had on AMC right here, so this is bad charting analysis on my part. As it looks, or at least it appears, that there may be some other pattern forming up here. I was hoping this was going to turn into an inverse head and shoulders, like this would be the shoulder, the head, and then I was hoping a breakout in the box here to go back up and trade somewhere around 966 for about 45 minutes, and then seeing some upwards movement from there, but we didn't get the breakout. It's really just consolidating at this point, and I don't know. It looks like it's waiting for something to happen. The order book is absolutely low, is just, it's really moving slow. Volume per minute's down to like 18,000 shares a minute. Less than 20,000 shares a minute. So volume is, they've absolutely decimated volume on AMC. Volume on Ape is very, very similar. A little bit higher. Donkey Kong says if Gary resigns, a new pawn will take his spot. Yeah, I'm not really. I'm not really all in favor of the idea of him resigning. I mean, I think one of the worst things is that you don't know who's going to fill his shoes, and he's done more to change rules in the last in the last year and a half or 2 years almost now that he's been in office, that he's changed more rules that probably are in our favor than have been changed in a very long time. But at the same time, I don't know that putting somebody else into office or filling his shoes with somebody else's shoes would would improve the situation. Danny says, who wrote this? A fifth grader? Oh, man. Yo says, Casey, can you explain updating the charts post split? Some people have flat lines on the Ape. Oh yeah. You know what? Yo, I want to do that. Let's take a look. That's actually something I've been excited to see. I was curious how. Oh yeah, yep. I've got flat lines too. Well, I mean my lines aren't flat, but they don't match up with where pricing used to be. Oh wow, you can see all the different data points where I've got little small things that I've drawn out from the past that are still in here. But yeah, the charts are not going to be looking the same now that there's been um, I lost the word. It sucks getting old. Normalization. Now that there's been a normalization of the data, uh, it's it's now more easily be able to track. So you're not wrong. All of these lines are going to be messed up now. Well, that's not wrong, Johnny. You're right. Changing rules and not enforcing them doesn't. You're not wrong. Yeah, Yucca Free says, "What's Powell's shoe size? Is corrupt a shoe size? I don't know." All right, so you're not wrong, yo. These numbers are all of our charting from the past has got to be recorrected now. So I'm gonna go through them. I got a lot of deleting to do here. Because it changes everything, right? It changes a lot of the stuff that I've got in here. I've got points on this thing that I can from a long time ago that now I got to delete. Maybe that's gonna help my computer run faster. Watch my internet problems like completely get resolved. It's like Casey had so much charting on his charts that's why he had such bad internet connection. Had nothing to do with AT&T at all. Okay, that looks like most of the data is in there is fixed. Also, the Fibonacci's are going to need to be corrected as well. Everything. A lot of my horizontal lines don't need to change. Unfortunately, this big tramp's not going to work anymore over here. I was going to keep this big tramp forever. There was one big tramp right here it's like one of the ones that I had placed that was like perfect. Yep. It almost feels like I should just go through and just delete it all, but I'm going to keep some of it. So, all right. I think I got most of it deleted out. MG Toe says fire Hester. I think a lot of us would be okay with that. Hey Danny, be careful, man. A lot of COVID going around over here, so I would imagine it's hitting you as well. I don't even know if I want to put this in here or not. I feel like going back and putting in like old data is just kind of redundant. And it's just kind of like, let's just move forward. So let's see that. I'm gonna find some fibs for our current price movements, and because that's actually one of the things that I've been waiting on. I've been waiting on current pricing to be normalized so that I could actually come in here and do a change. So let's do that. So we're currently in the $9 range, which we've been not too long ago. We've been down in that range. But it would have been back over here. It's been normalized because of that, so it's going to be like here. We'll take a look at this run up that we had back in, what was this, May? Yeah. We'll do a fib on or 938. Man, I might have to go back further. I don't think there is anything further back though. Yeah, I don't think there is. All right, let's see here. Do the best I can. Because unfortunately, drawing something like this is not going to look good. Not for where our pricing's at right now. Let me zoom back out just a tad bit more and see if I can't find something else. That was not what I wanted. All right, let's see how those look. Oh, it matches up pretty well right there. That works quite nicely. I'm all right with this. We'll stick with this. It looks like it might be slightly off, but I'll take it. It's doable. While I'm charting like this, guys, I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are writing. We might have a little bit of a ascending parallel channel going on right now on AMC. It's really tight. That should be a bullish breakout when it does. And let's see if I can get an idea on where we're moving on Ape. It's just some really heavy consolidation going on right now. This one actually looks like it may break down. Man, they're forcing orders to just, they don't want any orders going through. They're stalling these out. This one tends to look like it's going to be a potential bearish breakdown, potentially maybe like somewhere in here, maybe. I don't know. The consolidation's happening so much right now that it really just looks like they're just forcing like trades to not trade right now. They're tying it up. I do numbers here in about 2 minutes anyway, so we'll see what's going on as far as off exchange goes. They might be just yeah, pushing trades out till the end of the day today and forcing trades to off exchanges. Because I just don't. The volume has just died. 27. We're in the 13 to 27 range on volume on Ape, and somewhere around like 40, 20, 30 to 40 on AMC. These are just really low volume levels. All right, with that, I can see what you guys are writing again over here. I know I've been up on the page. I just haven't been, while I'm doing the analysis, I can't see what you guys are writing. Danny, take care, man. Yale says, I recall you addressed the chart exchange, but they updated their data today, now 684 million. Yeah, let them, I don't know. I mean, again, uh, you got to look at multiple sources of data. Whenever you see some massive change like that, and you kind of got to look at the information, and go like, okay, well, where's that coming from? Why is it wrong there, not other places? What's the deal? What's happening? Let me just check something real quick here. Checking to see if Adam Aaron posted anything new. August 24th was the last post. All right, it's noon. Let's go through the numbers. Man, I feel like I just got done with the numbers. Let's go through the numbers again before everything changes. Quick. Let's run through these numbers again and see where we're at. Taking a look at logging into my broker. Two-factor authentication, guys. If you don't have two-factor authentication, you might want to consider it. It could help prevent keeping somebody out of your account that shouldn't be in there. FYI, my combined losses for the day-to-day is at 4.16%. Even though Ape is down 6.87, AMC is only down 1.98, giving us a combined loss for the day so far at 4.16. Taking you guys over to the other screen, let's take a look at some of these numbers and see what the heck is going on. Off exchange. Right now you're looking at Ape. Since I've got it set up on Ape right now, let's just keep it there. Actually, we'll start with the AMC. We'll start with AMC. AMC 57.16 an hour ago and 9.06 through the EDGX. Let's see what it is now. 57.26 through the off exchange and 8.96 through the EDGX. That's a 66.22%. That's actually not far off from what I would expect to be almost kind of normal for this time of the day, but higher than what we've seen lately. So, but that has been because we've seen SSR tripped. So, but with low volume, I would expect they don't need to use off exchange as much. In the last hour, Ape was at 54.53%, and EDGX is at 11.34. Let's give that a refresh. We've now got 54.64 through the off exchange and 11.42, giving a grand total of 66.06%. So very similar numbers. Taking a look at AMC. An hour ago, there were 6.33 million shares having been borrowed. That is now showing a return of some shares. It's now down to 5.84 million being borrowed. That's going to have the effect of lowering the estimated current short share interest of the free float to 21.14%. Cost to borrow average is at 28.01. Shares on loan for the day-to-day is at 184.55 million, which is 15.1 million more day over day. I'm estimating about 2.6 million of that was short interest, new short interest. Looking at the Ape numbers, an hour ago there was a return of 6.49 million shares. Still a return of 6.49 million shares, which is bringing our estimated current short share interest of the free float to 25.56 for Ape. Cost of borrow is at 16.49. Shares on loans 138.18, which is 130.8 million shares more day over day. Yeah, it was a lot. It was all in security lending volume as well, by the way. Options. On the call options, the highest amount of volume for call options is an $18 strike price, which is down $2 from an hour ago. There was about 500 contracts open at 20 an hour ago. At 18, there's 1.4 thousand contracts. On puts, highest amount of volume is at 18 and a half, which makes no sense. Puts is at 18 and a half. There was 1.6 thousand contracts an hour ago. There's now 2.2 thousand contracts. So calls officially outweigh puts. Something really strange is happening in the options right now for AMC, and I feel like they're kind of it's almost like they're intermingling AMC 1 contracts in with the contracts for AMC, because some of these numbers just don't make sense. Like these strike prices are way higher than what AMC is trading at. But if you did a combined total between the two, between AMC and Ape, it would be 1602, which puts us a little bit closer to some of these strike prices. but not all the way. So I'm not really sure what's going on here. There's something weird's going on with the options. I'm not really sure what it is. I mean, as an example too, just from looking at those options, I honestly don't remember the last time I've seen a call strike price lower than the put strike prices. So highest amount of volume, like that's some weird stuff's happening right here. I really don't know what to make of it. I mean, I wish I could give you guys some kind of insight as to what this means to me, but I just don't. It doesn't make sense. It's it's odd. I can say the implied volatility is so stinking high where we're trading at currently. Implied volatility around that range is like for puts is like 400%. Yeah, actually, it's 400. It's 400%. There is no implied volatility number that's even being registered at anything less than $10.50 contracts at 428%. I mean, it's almost like they're buying. It's almost like implied volatility is pricing people out to prices underneath $20, 19, $18, like that range, which is I don't know what to make of that. I mean, I feel like I know what to make of it, but I don't want to say it. I don't want to go there. I don't want to say it. I don't want to say, I don't want to be too hopeful, but I mean, it's really odd to me that, it's almost like they're expecting price to run massively and they're pricing everybody out of you know, call options that are lower. That's what it looks like. But I mean, I'm not an options expert by any means, guys, so that is not financial advice at all. Moving on. Looking at orders by Fidelity customers. Let's go ahead and refresh the screen. I wish Mediocre Trader was listening, and if he was listening, I would love to have him over here talking to me and just kind of maybe working this out in our heads out loud. Tomorrow, I'm going to open up the back of the Big Tramp to talk with you guys. So we'll get that open for the Power Hour tomorrow. Orders by Fidelity customers. I'm gonna send Mediocre a text. See like what the heck's going on with them. Ape is currently trading sixth most heavily traded stock with 70% buys to 30% sales. AMC is currently running 13th with 72% buys to 28% sales. GME is running 24th with 76% buys to 24% sales. Trigger price for SSR for AMC for the day today would be $8.62. It has not tripped. Shares available to borrow. Looks like they've done mainly returns in the last hour. The fees are up to 23.5%. Oh no, I just refreshed it. Apparently I had not refreshed. They did do some more borrowing, but it's not enough for me to count. But fees are at 23.5%. Super high fees for borrowing. I think this looks like a box. Like if I had to describe this, if I had to describe everything that it is that I'm seeing right here, I feel like I see a boxer with his hands tied behind his back. That's what I see. I feel like that's what it looks like. You got a boxer with his hands tied behind his back, and he's trying to headbutt us. I hit you with my chin. That's what it looks like. Let's see. I'll bite your ear. Man, I kid too much. The Nasdaq is up 0.73. Dow Jones is down 0.01, and the S&P 500 is up 0.44. We have 4,361 advancers to 2,478 decliners. The market is currently on the plus side. VIX is down 1.31. VTI is up 0.5. IWD is up 0.49. Tesla is down 1.38. Amazon is up 1.38. Cinemark is down 0.78. Doge is up 0.35. Bitcoin is up 0.41. GME is down 2.74. HYMC is down 2.43. Hood is up 2.95. NCMI is up 1.21. Ape is down 7.29, and AMC is down 2.32. Looking at Ape, we currently have $4 million. I can't add $4 million more in inflow than outflow, with 20.9 million shares having been traded so far, just over halfway through the day today. Let's see what that kind of puts us on for a pace. Let's see here. Plus 27. 220 minutes of trading so far. Puts us on pace for about 36.7 million shares traded by the end of the day today. I said somewhere between 30 to 50 million. So we're still looking good for the pace. On the weekly, there's more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 44.22, which is slightly below average. On the daily, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 36.53, which is below average. On the hourly, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 30.88, almost signaling oversold. On a 30-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 29.04, signaling oversold. And on a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 33.36, signaling oversold. On Ape, we currently have $100,000 more outflow than inflow. 16.65 million shares having been traded so far. Putting us on pace for about 29.2 million shares. I also suggested 30 to 50 million on that one as well. So we're on the low side of that right now. On the hourly, I currently see, on the Vortex indicator, I see more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 32.6, which is below average. On a 30-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 34.17, below average. 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 43.51, which is below average. We are touching down on that bottom level of support there on this what appears to be a bearish triangle. For AMC, we are currently trading down what appears to be a descending parallel channel, which should be a breakout going north or up, bullish. No idea when on this one because I don't have a whole lot of Fibonacci retracements for this price point. So let's see here, taking you guys over to seeing both screens at the same time. Yale says only a flesh. It's only a flesh wound. Oh man. Dana says I love when you crack yourself up. Yeah, I mean I gotta laugh. I gotta laugh, I guess. What else do you do? It's kind of funny. Will Phase 6 get rid of the dark pool trading or at least highlight it for the SEC? You know what? Hayden, I have not done any research at all into the Phase 6 stuff. I really haven't. That's Bigum's thing, and I've let him run with it. I really don't, I haven't looked into it at all. I don't know. Let's see here. EJ's asking the same kind of question. Do you think Phase 6 legislation will speed? I really don't know. I don't know. I haven't really looked into it or the impacts, and unfortunately, You know, putting on a 9-hour stream, guys, throughout the day, like, I'm very limited on what I can watch outside of this, you know, without putting in like 16-hour days. So I kind of limit myself to short videos, and Bigums doesn't necessarily always have short videos. So if he's got long explanations, I kind of tend to skip past them. Not because I don't like Bigums. I think Bigums is an amazingly smart guy. I just don't have the time. I wish I did. I would love to go through and I wish he had like a highlight reel, very much similar to how I'm sure people thought, you know, have wished before that I had like a highlight reel of every day. But you know, he doesn't, so I don't have the time to go through and watch. I think it's you're gonna catch me in a lie, yo. I want to say it's like 5 days or something like that, or maybe it's, you know, let's look it up. Let's just look it up instead of guessing, right? Hold on. This might be under Rule 144. Maybe not. Give me 1 second. Four. I'm going to go with four. 101 of the 8K form, a registrant must disclose within 4 business days its entry into a material definitive agreement. I do know Adam Aaron seems to want to do a movie on Friday. That's 5 days, or I guess maybe 4 after the 22nd. So I don't know. There's that. But anyways, it should be 4 days. Point Break Thor says Pantheon said to listen to people at 1.5 speed. I know. I think he was one of the first people to introduce me to that, and I did start doing it, but it's still a lot, dude. Like 1.5 times speed on a 3-hour video only cuts it down to 45 minutes. So, and I tend to find that I don't necessarily absorb the information as well. I can listen to them, but I can't necessarily absorb it faster. Just because I'm hearing it quicker doesn't mean that the absorption rate is better. So there's that. Repo for today is 2.187 trillion. Previous was 2.237 with 97 counterparties. So we I think that was like a drop of what was that, six or seven counterparties right there. So a little bit less today. Still over 2 trillion though. No, I cannot. MC Prosperity, it's not my thing. I've not done any research on Phase 6 whatsoever. None, zilch, zero. I can't even talk about it. I really don't know anything about Phase 6. I know Bigums has been talking a lot about it, but I can't talk about it. I don't know anything about it. Tom, take care, man. I mean, if I knew something about it, MC Prosperity, I probably would feel like maybe I could, say something about it to you, but I don't know anything about it. Oh, hold on a second, guys. Yeah, send me pictures. I wouldn't mind seeing pictures. All right, let's see here. Vanguard reporting 53 billion outstanding shares, 364 billion market cap. What? 53 billion outstanding shares? What the heck? Wait a minute. What? Can you imagine? Can you imagine if that were the case? 53 billion outstanding shares. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. The insanity. The insanity if that were the case. I'm I'm enjoying just thinking of that. Of course, that seems a little far-fetched. I know. So for those of you guys who've been around for a while, you know how I like to calculate potential potential outstanding synthetic shares in a company. And it's simply by taking the average 3-month volume, dividing it by your free float, and then multiplying by 100. And it gives you a good idea on what percentage of your float is being traded on a daily basis. The reason that's important is because if you look at other companies that are not being heavily shorted, and it does not matter with price, and I've proven this with the splits that have occurred on Amazon and Tesla and all these other stocks, because a lot of people say like, well, the only reason that they have a lower, this is the number one thing that I hear people say all the time, and of course, legitimately, it was the first thing that I thought of too was, well, the reason that they have such a lower percentage of their average volume, 3-month volume trading less is because they cost so much, right? Well, guess what? It doesn't change. It doesn't change at all. In fact, we found out after the splits, a 20-to-1 split on Amazon, that it changed nothing. It still reports average 3-month volume ends up being, to compare to the float, ends up being roughly the same thing. And it really does a great job of showing you how much synthetics are being traded in a stock at any given time. So, knowing this information and knowing that there are companies out there that absolutely can tell you what a normal stock should trade in a 3-month period of time of their free flow, it can give you an idea of how many synthetic shares are in existence. And when I came up the very first time that I ever, when I kind of stumbled into trying to figure out how I could figure out how many synthetics were in existence, uh, it was eye opening to me because the number that I came up with was 19 billion shares in existence being traded, um, or 19 billion synthetic shares in existence, or where we should be trading at if we had that many shares. So it was kind of eye opening for me when at the very first time I saw that with AMC. Of course, our average 3-month volume is much lower now, and so when you do the math on it now, it'll end up being a much smaller number than 19 billion. But it's still shocking, very shocking. Um, but anyways, like The idea that there's like 50 something billion is like that's redonkulous. Doge says, wife just cured my depression today a bit. Served me up carrots, celery, tomatoes, grilled chicken, hot sauce, and blue cheese. She made some sweet tea. Dude, that sounds awesome. My wife loves sweet tea. Nasir says, actual screenshot I retweeted. Let me check it out real quick here. Oh, it's so small. I can't make it out. It's too small. I want to, but I can't see it. I can just type it up here. Don't worry about it. Hold on a second. I'll just pull it up myself. Wait, was this for Ape or was this for AMC? Why is that so? Oh, it's AMC. Wait. Oh, it is Ape. Okay. I did the wrong one. Wait a minute. Why? Wait, what? Why would you be looking that up on NASDAQ? I don't even know why that didn't even trigger right now, but why would you be looking that up on NASDAQ? I'm so confused. You have me like really confused right now. Why are you looking it up on NASDAQ? I'm looking it up right now and I see 4.84 billion market cap according to what is this? I don't even know what this is from. Oh, Google Finance. I'm not worried about it too much. MC Prosperity, the whole 703 million thing, I'm not really buying into. I think that's a reporting error. Yeah, I see the DM. I'm pulling up the link. I see shares outstanding 694.41. So that might be where 694.41. Let me just check off exchange and see what that's reporting right now. Hmm. Yeah, so shares out 694,409, 694,409, and 699,41. So the numbers, okay, so now we have two different sources that are reporting numbers that are somewhat similar, not quite exactly the same, but similar. Market cap showing up at 4.59. What do we got going on here? I got 3.42 still on Weeble. So, 694.41. I don't know. I don't know why they're reporting shares outstanding in, at 694. Wherever they're getting their information from, it seems like they're either getting wrong information or they're getting information that they're the only ones that are getting that information. Trell, no, I do not. The only information that I've been seeing that's been presented to the community in regards to that T plus 90 is 11,880 rule by FINRA, and if you look at that, the very first definition of that ruling is what a hold on, let me pull it up. It's right here. What a syndicate account is, and let me read this off to you, and you tell me what you think. Here's the definition of a syndicate. Means a syndicate formed in connection with a public offering to distribute all or part of an issue of corporate securities. Does that sound like it would be relating to us? It does, except for the next part. Part of an issue of corporate securities by sales made directly to the public by or through participants in such syndicate. We didn't receive our shares through sales. An IPO, when it is first opened, people buy their shares from syndicates who buy up a whole bunch of shares and then distribute them for a much higher price than what they bought them for. Very much similar to like how Ticketmaster works. And then they are expected to deliver those within a T plus 90 period of time. We didn't get our shares from brokers that were, trying to updoot their price. We got them delivered from the DTC to our brokers to us for free. We did not pay for these. There was no sale transaction that occurred. The settlement of syndicate accounts does not apply. There was no selling going on. This was no offering. There was no offering made to the general public. It was an issuance of a dividend called a spinoff. This does not relate to us. This ruling has nothing to do with AMC. Zero. That's the very first definition of what a syndicate is. So anybody who wants to throw out the idea that this is, this whole rule, this T plus 90 that's inside this ruling, has to do with AMC, and its price movement. Their entire thesis is based on a syndicate, and the definition of a syndicate is not what happened to us. We got our shares from AMC. They're not a syndicate. Yeah, this is some pretty bad barcoding going on here. It definitely does look like barcoding to me too. I feel like they've been trying to reduce volume to basically nothing, and just trying to push the day out sideways is what it looks like. AMC should be at 5K a share with billion of shares sold over 2 years. Talk about cooking the books. Could the number of shares be the reason why the price of AMC and Ape were not the same? Hmm. So I've seen people try to relate their cost basis in a fashion to try and in a way to be able to try and figure out if that's the reason why. Because I know a lot of us were expecting to see a 50-50 split. So some people were thinking that because it didn't split 50-50 that there might be something linked to the idea that that may be part of the reason. I don't know. I don't I don't know if I really buy into that. I could see where somebody might be going with that. I don't. mm, I'm gonna go with no. I'm gonna go with no. How they came up with 36% of valuation, through 36.5% valuation moving over to AMC, I have no, or to Ape, I have no idea. Oh, sorry about that, Doug. Thanks, man. Sorry about that. I can't. It's difficult. I have two screens. And I either watch what you guys are saying and only look at one screen, or I look at the two screens you guys are looking at, and so it's really difficult for me to like I'm just trying to watch what you guys are writing. They are getting the numbers from IEX. Okay, so why is IEX reporting higher numbers? No. No, Sugar Crane. You don't change the 2 weeks joke. No. No, you can't change it. It's always 2 weeks. Bjork, you're not wrong. You can definitely see that there's some changes into the way that the stock is being traded today, for sure. I mean, all you gotta do, Bjork, is go over and check out the options chain. Even the options chain is very, very peculiar. Dr. Zeno just had a stroke. Dr. Zeno, Dr. Zeno, please say I'm okay, because I'm gonna worry about you. Oh no, I know you're just asking, Sugar Crane. I'm teasing with you anyways. 2 weeks. Curtis says, with all this buying pressure suppression, when will it pop? Will we ever see true supply and demand? I mean, so the whole thesis behind a true margin call for us, Curtis, is going to be when they run out of collateral. There's no way for me to tell you when that's going to be. I have no way of being able to tell you that. So the answer is always 2 weeks. Dr. Zeno saying, no, didn't have a stroke. That's the clarity of everything that's going on right now. That really is the big question. When are they going to run out of you know, when are they going to run out of collateral? When is it they're going to be margin called? That really is the big question, Jason. I personally believe that it's going to have something to do with the market price across the market failing. I know that they've not they've not been successful. They've been tied into their positions and unsuccessful from being able to make a whole bunch of money on the market moving downwards in price because they've had to hold collateral in response to AMC uh, and what AMC, GME, and a bunch of other meme stocks that have been kind of tying them in their spots. So um, I've always been of the belief that you have to kind of see the market start crashing a little bit first before you start seeing a big price move up. Before the margin calls start rolling in. That's my theory on how it will work. If you go back and you look historically at, like, say, for example, like VW, it occurred in October of 2008. Go back and look at the markets in October of 2008, right? What happened back then? Let's look. Does it go back that far? Yeah, it does. All right. When did the market start moving down in let's see, back in 2000, here's 7. Markets actually started moving down prior to 2008, and I'd say like the really big jump was right here in September, right? So if VW squeezed right around the same time as the market was starting to crash, then there's your answer, right? I mean, I think the market has to fail. It's kind of, to me, that's the $1 million question. When the market fails, that's when you see the margin calls happen, and that's when you start seeing us launch in price. That seems to correlate to me. And the interesting thing is if let me take you. This is kind of the exciting part. So I appreciate you bringing this up here. But let's take an image of this, right? Let's just take a snapshot of Spira here, right? Let's take this and put this just over on the side here for just a second as I scroll over, and then bring us to our current movement in price over here. Kind of zoom in on this just a tad bit here, and what does this look like? What does this look like to you? Do you see any similarities here whatsoever? Any kind of similarities whatsoever in here, right? Do you see any kind of similarities? I know I do. But I mean, I'm not going to lead you to believe whatever it is that I'm talking about. You make your own, you draw your own conclusions. Um, but I mean, yeah, that was sucky back in 2008. Sugar Crane says, I see nothing. Did I not? Yeah, I showed it. I showed it to you guys. Okay. All right. So there's some good questions in here, and I want to answer these because there's some really good questions. So do me a favor, guys, and hold your thoughts for just 1 minute. I know everybody's gonna have some thoughts right here, and I want to touch on these questions because there's some good questions. So let me scroll back up here just a tad bit, hold the questions for just a minute, and give me a chance to catch up. Just hold those thoughts. I want to touch on these. Let me get to the good ones. Hold on. Coffee, good to see you, man. I'm gonna skip past your question for right now. Pebbles, I'm gonna skip past your question as well. I think dilution's bad. I know Adam Aaron thinks it's good. I don't, and I'm just gonna disagree with him. That's it. All right. So Sammy's saying, Casey, can you explain what you just said? And Sammy, I would just invite you to um, asked. I'm not sure. I thought I was being pretty clear about what I just said. I'm not sure how I can define the word, but here's the questions I wanted to get to. Uh, One thing about a market crash margin call theory, what can we glean from the GameStop report? Valid concern. So if you go back and you look at if you go back and you look at that report, um, there were some telling things that were in there, and there were some things that just didn't really make a whole lot of sense and seemed untrue. So what specifically in the GameStop report are you inquiring about? Are you inquiring, can they stop the squeeze from happening because of the fact that they can negotiate to take away buy buttons and whatnot in order to meet collateral requirements? Are there things that are in place that prevent a market crash from happening like it did back in 2008, such as reg show and similar type functions? The answer is yes to a lot of those questions. Yeah, there is things in place now that weren't there before. For example, some of these market halts. Some of these market halts are in place now to where it's to prevent the market from crashing the way that the way that did back in 2008. Does that mean that you can't have a big swing in price movement on a company? Absolutely not. We saw it happen last year on GameStop. Could they take away the buy button away from us again on AMC and GME? Absolutely, they could. Would it stop us in our tracks? I don't think so. I don't think so. My hope is that everybody's learned their lesson from the first time around that taking the buy button away just means that we're absolutely right about what it is that we're doing here. Last time everybody freaked out. Everybody freaked out and saw the buy button getting taken away and started selling. That's that's not it's not good. It's not good to start freaking out when something happens. Just because things start changing doesn't mean that it's time to freak out. That's when you don't freak out. You don't freak out because that means you're winning. You're so far winning that you don't do anything different, right? Like, why in the world would you start changing things when you're suddenly winning? That's when you stop everything that it is you're doing and you sit there and you wait and you watch and you look for signs data wise that tell you what to do next, but you don't freak out. So I'm hoping that a lot of people learn their lesson from the first time around and seeing what happened with GME, that they're not going to make the same mistake twice. But I'm not going to bank on it. I'm going to watch the numbers. GameStop report, they just waived a massive margin call, basically. Yeah, I mean, that's pretty much what happened. For the most part, I mean, there were requirements, which was to take away the buy buttons, but I mean, that doesn't really, they didn't waive it. They just said, if you do this, we'll extend out your period of time that you can, be negligent on your margin position, right? So what would have happened if everybody continued to just hold through the buy button being taken away? They still would have been just as much trouble after that period of grace period that they were given as they would have been before. So if everybody had continued to hold through that, it would have been that much worse. But they didn't. People sold. You see it in the numbers. No, I don't think GME's done, Forrest. I really don't. And I've been asked that question on several occasions, so don't feel bad because I know a lot of people have asked that. If you go back and you look at some of the numbers, there were a lot of bag holders. There were a lot of bag holders, but because there were so many bag holders, it was almost like they kind of reset to like a neutral position. You can still do the same math. The same math can be done to see if there's still synthetics out there. You can do the same math on GME right now by taking their average 3-month volume, dividing it by their float, and seeing what that percentage is, multiplying by 100 and seeing what that number is. In fact, let's just do it right now. I got it here. We'll check it out. Average volume. Average 3-month volume, 11.91 million. Divided by their total free float, which is 256.93, times 100. 4.63% of their float is traded on a daily basis. 4.63. And I've said this on multiple occasions because I've gone through and I've looked at a lot of different companies and how much they're shorted by, and in correlation to other companies that are not shorted, what is a standardized amount of volume traded on a daily basis. And I would tell you this. I would tell you is that anything under 3% is a what I would consider to be a normal amount of volume trading through. It's not normal. I shouldn't say normal. It's an acceptable amount of volume trading through a company, meaning it's not heavily shorted. Okay. Anything between 4 to 6% is a danger zone. Anything higher than 6% is massive. Anything higher than 6% is massive. And there are some out there that you can find that are just massively, massively shorted. There's a lot of synthetic movement that's occurring in their price. Now, you do have to kind of look at some other things as well. All I would say is this to you, though. If you go back and you look at the history of GME, that number was a much higher number, right? You can go back and you look historically at their average 3-month volume way back before January, maybe even December of 2020, right? You can take those numbers, your average 3-month volume, then divide it by their free float back at that time and see what they are. They're probably like 30 or 40%, probably around 30, somewhere between 20 and 30%, 30 to 20%, 20 to 30%. It may even be higher. So when you know that there's that much synthetic volume that's being moved around, you know the company's heavily shorted. So it's just now, because there were so many people that sold off their positions, it's not as heavily shorted as it was before. So they're kind of at like ground zero, and they're building back up to where they're building pressure. They're still building pressure. They're blowing up their balloon. And if AMC were to start ripping up in price, that would add additional pressure and would be more volume that would be added to their balloon just overnight, just from our price moving. It's not, you're keying in on the wrong word in regards to syndicate. The word that you should be keying in on is sold. That's really what you should be keying in on is, did we get sold our shares, or were they given to us? Because we didn't buy those shares. Those shares were given to us. They were not purchased. But ultimately, Forrest, I would just say that GME is in the beginning phases of a squeeze again. $51 billion. Yeah, we've We've been hearing about that. I've been hearing people coming in saying that that there's been a report of like just an insane amount of billions of ape shares. Unfortunately, Keith, whatever, yeah, from Vanguard, whatever you're posting, we can't see. I don't want to be the man, the myth, and the legend. I don't want to be that guy. I don't. I don't want to. I don't want that title. I just want to be you guys. War Dog says I looked at Casey. It's just a decimal place was off. Rosalie says sorry, AA didn't give us anything we paid for Ape out of AMC. Well, that's true, right? That's true. We did pay for it with AMC shares that we paid for a long time ago. What I'm saying is you didn't specifically pay for those Ape shares, right? They appeared in your account, and the valuation of those shares came from AMC. So you didn't specifically go out and hand more money for those shares. And that's the reason why there's a settlement of T90 on new IPO shares is because people went out and paid for them. Money came out of their pocket for those shares. No money came out of your pocket for the shares that you got from Ape. It just didn't. No additional money came out of your pocket. Dr. Zena says, don't worry, Shad, you're just a regular schmuck. Thanks, man. That's all I want to be. I don't want to be anything else. I had this discussion with somebody else not too long ago. It's just like I've never wanted big things in life. I just want to be normal. Because I'm not a normal person. I'm not a normal person, so I just want to be normal. They were free. Dogecoin's laughing at me. Just, sometimes we just want to be normal. I don't know about you guys. That's all I want to be. I don't know. Maybe you guys have dreams of grandeur. I want to have like a nice log cabin on like 50 acres somewhere where I can just hide. Have some horses maybe. I don't know. The only problem is I would struggle not having internet. I'd struggle not having or living off a septic tank. Those two things. I told my wife before because we actually kind of have ideals, similar ideals on wanting to, own like a log cabin somewhere on some big property. And I told her, I said, I said that's my dream too. I said the problem is I need internet, and there's no way in hell I'm using single ply toilet paper. so, so we've got this like dilemma. Like wherever we go, I got to be on sewer because I just can't even imagine using single ply toilet paper. I'm a plush kind of guy. I gotta have myself some plushy toilet paper. None of that scratchy crap. I don't want the stuff where like your finger breaks through. Oh, gross. So gross. I just think about like, oh man, that's terrible. Sam says that's all right, Casey. Just find yourself a nice fluffy rabbit nearby. I've heard a joke somebody told. Do you guys know who David versus Goliath is on Twitter? He used to tell a joke about rabbits and bears. My fancy pants has to have fluffy toilet paper. My grandma, I know I've told this story before. My grandma she used to live on a farm when she was younger, and way back in the day, when they used to have outhouses on the farm, she told me that one of the thing one of the things I can't read what you just wrote, doctors. I know I'm gonna read. I'm gonna start busting up. One of the things she said was is that back on the farm they used to use uh, dried corn husks as I think yeah, dried corn husks that they would I think that she said they rubbed them together or something to make it softer, but they basically used corn husks to as toilet paper back in the day, which I can't even imagine. I'm so glad that I don't live in that day and age. And Sam I am says just take a shit in the river. Yeah, right, because everything goes downstream. It's the way to go. All right, now I can read Dr. Zeno's. Finger breaks through. Finally, this channel has come full circle. Oh man. I feel like I need to do like a 30-second video on the T plus 90. Like so we can just get it done with already. I'm just gonna say it, Ross. I don't think it applies to us. Go look up the ruling 11880 FINRA. Just type that in. 11880 FINRA. Read it. Read the very first read the very first thing in there and you tell me if that applies to us. Sugar Crane's going with the puns over here. This chat's really gone to shit. I'll read it one more time for you guys. Yeah, there it is. No, not that one. Not that one, Ross. Don't skip down to that. Come on. Like, why would you start at the end? Why would you start at the end? Start from the beginning of a document. Start with this. Son of a bitch. It won't let me do it. All right, I'm going to have to post this in two different. Start at the beginning and read your definitions from the beginning. Selling syndicate means any syndicate formed in connection with a public offering to distribute all or part of an issue of corporate securities by sales made directly to the public by or through participants in such syndicate. We didn't buy these shares. Why would you start at the end of a document with reading? Start from the beginning of the document, understand your definitions. I'm not yelling at you, Ross. Don't start from the end. Stop reading what you want to read and start reading the whole document. I'm not mad. I'm just tired of saying it. It's like all day long. It's like it's T90, 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 T90. And it's like everybody just keeps going straight to the highlighted spot and reading the highlighted spot that somebody put in there that's halfway down the page. And everybody keeps forgetting that they need to read the first part. Like, do you start when somebody takes you your car loan at the car dealership and hands it to you? Do you read from the halfway down the page point or do you start from the beginning? You know what I mean? Like, stop being sheeple. Stop being sheeple and read the document. It doesn't make sense. Dr. Zena says, "Hey Shaw, I have a very important question for you. Are you ready?" I'm ready. It's gonna be hot cotch. I just know it. Here it comes. I'm ready, Dr. Zeno. I'm ready. I'm ready to do numbers so I can take a break. Dr. Zena said T90. Couldn't you at least hit me with like a hot conch first? Couldn't you just hit me with a hot conch? Because I really would have preferred that. Hit me with a hot conch, then throw the T90 out. Oh man. All right, let's take a look at these numbers. Ross, I'm not angry at you, by the way. I'm not, I promise. It's just, it's been all day today. It's T90 this, T90 that, and it's like, man, it's part of the reason why the title is what it is today. Some makes pressure comes from in a few forms. Some make diamonds, and some suck wind. So find the pressure. Find the pressure that makes diamonds, not the pressure that sucks wind. Because a lot of these theories are sucking wind pretty bad. So I don't know. I don't know. Maybe I'll end up being wrong. Watch me end up being wrong. Somebody come back and being like, "Well, actually, Casey, it says this right here on this page on 865.162 says that actually brokers brokers did sell you those shares, but you got dividend, and so you were actually wrong." And I'll be like, "Damn it." It happens. All right. I just went ahead and updated my broker. I'm logged in. I'm ready to take a look at numbers. Let's take a look at what's going on here. Taking you guys over to the other page. Before I switched over, I saw Einstein and Hydro Snake's comments. Einstein saying T69 sounds better. Nice. And then Hydro Snake said the T1000 is far superior than the T100. Just ask Arnold Schwarzenegger. GSR, let me ask you a question. I'm still reading what you guys are saying over here. Let me ask you a question, GSR. Did any money come out of your pocket to get those Ape shares? Because the money that came out of your pocket to get the AMC shares is the money that came out of your pocket to get the AMC shares. But did any money come out of your pocket to get the sorry, I'm working on something. Did any money come out of your pocket to get the Ape share? And the answer to your question is no. No money came out of your pocket to get those Ape shares. So guess what? There was no sale. They weren't sold. Yes, SV Tweety Bird, that is correct, but there was not an offering by the company. You have to understand that there's a difference between an offering by a company and a dividend. Big difference. The company did not offer shares to the general market to be purchased. And so that's where you have to draw the line between what's being talked about here for sale versus being given as a dividend. And there is no fine line for that one at all. There's a massive difference between sold shares to the market in an offering, which is a standardized IPO, versus a spin-off where a dividend is distributed to the already holding shareholders, not sold and only distributed to those who had shares already. AMC did not go out there and offer any shares to anyone. Nobody. They have made no offerings. And in order for this to be a sale, it would have to be an offering. So don't try to paint this as some kind of like, yeah, well, people were buying shares. Sure they were. They were buying sold shares from people who sold shares. That's not an offering. That's trading. So let's not conflate things here. There's a big difference. All right, let me move some screens over here real quick and we'll take a look at what's going on with our numbers. Alrighty, starting with off exchange. I unfortunately just had to update the Ape one, so I'm not going to be able to read off to you guys what the Ape shares were for off exchange an hour ago, but I can tell you right now that it was right around 66.04%, I think, or yeah, 66.04%. AMC currently is 57.26 and 8.96 an hour ago. I said currently, but I meant an hour ago. It's now 56.44 currently and 9.04 in the EDGX for a combined total 65.48. That's a little bit of a drop from an hour ago. Let's take a look at where we're at on the Ape side. On the Ape side, 54.5. Actually, I'm gonna refresh it again just to make sure I'm up to date. 54.52 and 11.62 for a grand total of 66.14. So maybe a slight increase on off exchange volume through those two exchanges for Ape. Taking a look at Ortex data, as of an hour ago for AMC, there was 5.84 million shares having been borrowed for the day today. That is now at 6.15. There's been an increase. That's going to raise slightly the estimated current short share interest of the free float to 21.18%. Cost to borrow is at 28.26% on average. Shares on loan for the day today is 184.55 million, which is 15.1 million more than it was yesterday. I'm estimating about 2.6% or 2.6 million of that was in new short interest. Taking a look at the Ape side, an hour ago there was 6.49 million shares having been returned. That is now 7 million shares. With that lowering the estimated current short share interest of the free float to 25.57%. Cost of borrow averages at 16.36%. Shares on loan 138.18 million, which is 130.8 million more than it was day over day. Extremely high. Still have not heard back from Ortex, but I got to go to break yet, and I'll go check and see if Ortex has finally responded to the blown up tweet that you guys just absolutely slaughtered this morning. I mean, you guys really know how to retweet. I've never seen. You guys are really powerful, and I don't think you understand how powerful you guys really are. I asked for I think the first time ever that maybe it was the second time maybe ever that I've ever asked you to retweet something that I've put out, and you guys hammered the crap out of it. Amazing. I've never. It's just I was blown out of the water. I was completely blown out of the water when I saw what I saw. I had to show my wife. I was like, "Holy crap, hon! Look at this." I think it was over. I want to say it was over 300 retweets. No, maybe it was likes. I don't remember. It was a lot. It was a lot. Taking a look at orders by Fidelity customers, Ape is currently traded seventh most heavily traded with 70% buys to 30% sales. AMC coming in at 13th with 73% buys to 27% sales, and GME is currently at 23rd with 76% buys to 24% sales. Trigger price for SSR for AMC would have been $8.62. Shares available to borrow, it looks like only returns in the last hour. Fees for borrowing are at 23.5%. And so far for the day today, I've seen about 1.55 million shares, according to Stonko Tracker, having been borrowed. NASDAQ is up 1.1, Dow Jones is up 0.34, and the S&P 500 is up 0.78. We currently have 4,541 advancers to 2,330 decliners. VIX is down 2.63, VTI is up 0.85, IWD is up 0.79, Tesla is down 1.03, Amazon is up 2.16, Cinemark is up 0.1, Doge is up 0.97, Bitcoin is up 0.87, GME is down 2.78, HYMC is down 2.63, Hood is up 3.76, NCMI is up 2.41, Ape is down 6.31%, and AMC is down 1.96. Inflow versus outflow on AMC is currently $4 million more roughly in inflow than outflow, with 23.71 million shares having been traded. Let's see what kind of pace we're on. 287 minutes have transpired, putting us on a pace for about 32.2 million shares traded by the end of the day today. I suggested in pre-market we'd see somewhere between 30 to 50 million. Looks like we might be on pace to hit that. It's going to be close. On the weekly time interval, I'm just looking at Vortex Indicator and RSI right here on the bottom of the screen. We have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 44.3, which is slightly below average on the weekly. On the daily, there's more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 36.67, which is below average. On the hourly, there is more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 33.2, which is below average. On a 30-minute interval, slightly more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 33.4, which is below average. And on a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with a divergence within the last 20 minutes or so, with RSI at 48.9, which is just about average. On Ape, looks like we may be breaking out finally. My box was a little bit too far forward, about quite a bit ways off here. So it looks like we maybe broke out just slightly. Let's see, we got 3, 6, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, maybe 15 minutes after my box was set for. But it's not really breaking out strong. So we have currently $1 million, roughly $1 million more in outflow than inflow, with 18.2 million shares traded so far. 288 minutes of trading, putting us on pace for about 24.6 million shares traded by the end of the day today. I suggested we would see somewhere between 30 to 50 on this one as well. So it looks like I'm going to probably be wrong on this one, or potentially wrong. It does seem to be that barcoding a tad bit here on Ape and AMC. Taking a look at the 1 hour time interval and lower, I see more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 34.23, which is below average. On the 30-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 37.35, which is also below average. On a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with a crossover on that indicator and a divergence, showing probably about 20 minutes ago. RSI up at 53.25, which is just slightly above average. Not breaking out of this very strong, and definitely looks like barcoding going on ever since probably right around where this wedge started occurring. They don't want this really just looks like they don't want any trading to happen right now. I mean, there's 31,000 shares. The order book right now, can you guys see? Yeah, you guys can see order book right now. Order book right now on AMC is just frozen. I mean, it is frozen. It's locked up. Bid ask is just not moving. This reminds me a lot of HYMC and what's going on with HYMC as well. A locked up order book. Actually, HYMC's got a lot of bids and hardly any ask volume whatsoever today. We were looking at that the other day though, and there was a lot of competing bids on both sides. There's a lot of buy orders in here, no sells. If these limit orders were to go away and they actually start buying, this thing would start ripping. Something is definitely amiss. There's something definitely amiss right now, guys. The market does not want to make. I see a very, I mean, just based off the few that I'm looking at here, I see a very illiquid market. Let's take a look at some of these other tickers. Volume pretty high on Tesla, but they did have their split, so that's kind of maybe to be expected. Order book seems to be moving pretty decently. Amazon, low volume. Cinemark, very low volume. Order book seems to be moving somewhat decent, but you can tell something's going on though. GME, let's see, extremely low volume. Order book seems to be tied up. Starting to move a little bit now. Hood's got extremely low volume. Guys, the market's tied up right now. I mean, I'm going through all these here, but I mean, I see a very illiquid market right now. It's just, it looks illiquid. Orders just aren't happening. Looks like the market's not being made. Hayden says, when I'm locked up, I take fiber. The market could probably take a little pressure off with a lit exchange selling. You're not wrong, Hayden. You're not wrong. I could use a little bit of fiber. Dr. Zena says T90 does not apply, but T120 is fully in play when it's the TSLR VR 120 implemented January 21st in the updated syndicate debt reformulation. Oh my gosh, no. Oh man. All right. Well, I'll have to go take a look at that one. Let's see here. Cole says, "Hey Casey, you got a post on Reddit going viral about your tweet this morning. Nice. I mean, you guys blew it up. It wasn't me that did it. You guys did it. I keep trying to tell you guys it's not me. You guys are the ones that did it. I asked you. I don't ask very often. In fact, it's either the first or the second time I've ever asked you guys. I think to go retweet something, and I asked you guys to do that this morning because I thought it was really important information that get disseminated and kind of seen by everybody. and you guys blew the crap out of it. I just couldn't. I mean, it was insane to me. On my first break, I went out there. Uh, I was blown away when I saw it. I was just like, my God, you guys are insane. Yeah, 314 retweets. I honestly, I'm shocked. I'm shocked at you. I'm shocked at you guys and what and the power that you have, the ability to. Ooh, I got goosebumps. I got goosebumps at how powerful you guys are. You guys are incredible. Yucca Frida says, so are you saying the market maker isn't doing his job? That's new, Casey. Well, I mean, that's what it looks like, right? If a market's tied up and you see orders not being completed or going through, I don't know what else to call it. Right now, the bid-ask spread on AMC is 1 penny. Shares are being traded back and forth, but it's not moving. It's just holding and not really doing much of anything. It's just sitting. And so any volume that's coming through is like negligible. It doesn't. That's. I don't know how else to say it. I don't want to say that it's not being made. I mean, I feel like that's like an accusation, and I don't want to make an accusation. It just doesn't look like it's being made. What's causing liquidity crunch across all tickers? I don't want to make any assumptions. I don't know. I don't know. Casey, go to message in Discord. Gave you Randall Cornett's call to CBOE fire. CBOE. Hold on a second. Did he? Because I was talking to Cornett. I want to say like I don't know how long ago. All right, I'll have to check that out. I'll watch that when I'm on break. The big trumpet was a tweet about. Um, you can find it under my what do they call it? Tweets and replies. If you go to my tweets and replies, it's like the second one down. It's not my pinned one, and it's about Ortex, and it says, "Can you please explain?" I said, "Ortex, can you please explain how Ape is showing 66.06% utilization with 138.18 on loan coming from security lending volume, suggesting 209 million shares are available to loan on a stock 3 days old and having difficulty delivering shares to owners?" So that, I mean, it was pretty important information, I felt like, this morning. MCon says, so there's news of fighting in Syria. Could that be it? I don't. It could be anything, right? MCon. That's like So a lot of people said like what's going to cause MOASS. Well, we're starting to skyrocket on Ape and AMC. And we never knew. We never knew. I told you guys it could be a volcano could erupt. A president could die. God forbid. I'm not trying to suggest anything. A president could die. I didn't say anyone specific. There could be anything that could happen and completely erupt the markets and cause so much instability that everything unfolds. And there's just no way of knowing absolutely no way of knowing what that's going to be. The idea that, when we start going out grasping for straws for like T90 and all this other stuff, it's really going to be something that we didn't see coming. All right, we're starting to see Ape starting to move a little bit. It's getting trades going through. Casey, does no share locate requirement imply by default everyone would receive an equal number of Ape irrespective of? No, I don't think so. That's a great question, MC. I said no, and I think I rushed to the answer on that. I don't know the answer. I don't know the answer. And I shouldn't answer that unless I know. I don't agree with it. I don't think that's how it would work, but I don't know for certainty. John says, I asked that twice now, but no one is answering. I'm not sure what you asked. I'm sorry, John. I missed some of the messages, John. I apologize. Yale says the market makers is waiting to know which way Powell is going, hawkish or dovish. Cassius says, I love this channel. You guys are always cracking me up. I know. You guys are awesome. It definitely makes documenting history fun. All right, I got to take a break, guys. I'll be back at 2:10. Oh, 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 my wife's sending me pictures. I knew she was going to do this. I knew she was. They went puppy looking. They went puppy looking. I knew this was going to happen. I don't want a puppy right now. I know where this is going. I gotta go to break now. No, because I gotta get on my phone. I know where this is going. This is gonna go. This is gonna lead into Puppyville. I don't know if I'm ready for a puppy. Well, yeah, considering everything that's happened in the family over the last week, mom wants to go get a puppy. And so my wife kissed me earlier and said she was going out, and I told her to send me pictures. She just sent me pictures, and it's the kind of puppy my wife likes, and she says, I want this one. So I need to step aside. I need to go talk her down off a ledge. And because I don't know, man, I'm not ready for a puppy right now. Bruno's a great dog. I love Bruno. I don't want to. I love Bruno. I have love for one dog, and I can't give equal love to two dogs. Bruno needs no RB. Bruno needs a girlfriend. That's what Bruno needs. I don't mind if Bruno wants to have a litter. Well, he can't have a litter, but I mean, if he's gonna have a litter with another dog, that's what I want to have. I want him to have his own little puppies, his own little Brunos. I want. He's coming over here. Bruno's like, I keep hearing my name. What the hell? He came over to get pet. He's like, why you keep saying my name, bro? You're staring at a wall with two screens, and you keep saying my name. Now he's looking at me like I'm crazy because I'm laughing. Can you imagine dogs like they just look at you like you're staring at a screen, you got like some kind of thing over your head with headset, and you just keep on like talking to like nothing. They've got to think it's like the weirdest thing ever. they're like they're like these people are weird. They keep talking TVs. And he does it like 9 hours. I can only imagine the conversation he has with his buddies. He's like, yeah, my owner, he's like over there talking at these two screens all day long. 9 hours a day. He's such a weirdo. Oh my gosh. All right, I need to go to break. I gotta go talk her down real quick here. Otherwise I'm gonna wind up with the puppy. Manjit says, remove the big tramp and let us see Bruno. He's so big, I can't even put him on the screen. Like he's not a lapdog. The dude weighs like, what does he weigh? What do you weigh, Bruno? I think he weighs like I think he's like 120 pounds. Like I'm not picking him up. No, I think it's just over 100. It's like somewhere between 100 and 110 pounds. And he's actually slim looking. He's not a small dog. Like if he stands up on his hind legs, he's probably up to my chin, which is probably at least 5 foot tall. Pick him up. Yeah, it's not gonna happen. Yeah, he's a big guy, but he doesn't look big. He's actually a really lean dog. All right, so I think we can all agree that the market's starting to move a little bit better now. So I'm gonna go ahead and take off here. I'm gonna leave you guys some music and put up the message for you guys. I'll be back at 2:10. I'll put it over here. Your dog's getting split like AMC. Ain't that just priceless? All right, I'm out. See you guys in a bit.
Hey everyone, this is Soundro. I hope you enjoy using my tracks. If you like what you hear, go premium today, and I promise to make lots more tracks just for you.
Alrighty, guys, I'm back. So first off, I just want to say, like, I mean, I'm overwhelmed. I'm really overwhelmed, and I can't even begin to describe to you guys how amazingly powerful you are through this social media. A long time ago, I've told you guys to write down your 5 whys, why you're a part of this, what you plan to achieve. You know, why did you first become a part of AMC, GME, whatever it is that you may be holding. My number 4. Well, let me start with number 3. My number 3 was we've never had a method by which to counter the algorithmic trading of the institutions until now. And the reason for that, the why for that is we have social media that allows us to be vocal about our investments in real time. You guys are the cornerstone. You're the cornerstone. Not me, you. Cheers to the cornerstone that makes you guys so powerful in talking about the investment that you are in and trying to make a change in this market. Cheers to our cornerstone of apes. Cheers. Woo. All right, I gotta tell you guys. Normally, I make an adventurous ape, which is 2 shots tequila, 1 shot of Kahlua. But today, this is the spicy ape. This is the spicy ape. I only had 1 shot of tequila left, and so I was like, well, I can't not just do 1 shot. I've got to do something else. So I had a little bit of leftover Fireball. So it's 1 shot tequila, 1 shot Fireball, 1 shot Kahlua. This is a spicy ape for sure. Yeah, whew, it's spicy. Kathy, has anybody been using your name? I don't recall. I don't recall having seen your name on here. RB, I appreciate it, man. Cheers to you and sobriety. I hold for you and your sobriety. Cheers. Alrighty, let's take a look at our numbers. I know, Food Dog. I understand. You're not wrong. There's a lot of things that are broken in our society, but we're taking a stand here, and in the future, I have a feeling we'll be taking a stand other places as well. I'm logging into my broker real quick, and we'll take a look at the numbers one last time for the day since it is Power Hour. Power Hour. Let's see what we got going on here. 2-factor authentication, guys. If you don't have 2-factor authentication, you may want to get it. It could help keep somebody out of your account that you don't want in there during a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Or maybe just keeping it out of your account, period. It keeps me out of my account sometimes, like when I forget to have my phone on me. Just throwing this out there, I am day over day. I am currently showing my account to be down 3.38% for the day today. Still holding, not going anywhere. Oh no, 3.38%. What do you? Oh, you're killing me, Kenny. You're killing me. Anybody got some cobalt blue crayons they can pass my way? Still hungry. All right, let's take a look at these numbers. I'm going to take you guys to the other screen. I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are writing, and if there's anything you specifically want to answer, wait until you see the big tramp back up on the screen again. Well, let's take a look at these numbers. Starting with off exchange for AMC, an hour ago was 56.44%. Right here next to me. I think I'm pointing the right way. Hold on a second. Yeah, all right. Right here. I couldn't tell which way I was pointing. Right here next to me. You're going to see off exchange numbers changing here. Just a second. 56.44 for AMC. And the CBO EDGX was at 9.04. Let's give that a refresh and see where it's at. 56.62 and 8.97 for a grand total of 65.59% of our volume going through the off exchange. That's actually what I would say is probably pretty normal for for what I would consider to be a normal day of manipulation. That looks pretty normal. 65.59%. Taking a look at the Ape off exchange, an hour ago is 54.52 and is 11.62 in the EDGX. Let's give that a refresh. Currently showing 54.57 and 11.9 for a grand total of 66.47. So a little bit more off exchange volume going through those two exchanges than for AMC, but still, in the grand scheme of things, seems kind of normal to me. Normal amounts of manipulation, whatever that is. Hey, it's normal for me to get screwed. Off exchange, an hour ago was showing 6.15 million shares having been borrowed for the day-to-day is now 5.7, so there's been a reduction. That reduction is going to reduce the amount of estimated short share interest of the free float that we have on hand at 21.13%. Cost of borrow average is still up there at 27.75% for the average. Shares on loan for the day-to-day is at 184.55 million, which is 15.1 million shares more on loan day over day, with 2.6 of that I'm estimating to be short interest, new short interest that was created day over day. Let's take a look at what Ape looks like. An hour ago, Ape was showing a return of 7 million shares. That is now 5.69 million shares returned, so an increase of loan shares, which will bring up the estimated short share interest of the free float to 25.62%. Cost of borrow average is at 17.04. 138.18 million shares on loan today, which is an increase of 130.8 million shares day over day. Shut the front door. It's big numbers. Taking a look at the options. As of an hour ago, highest amount of call options were at an $18 strike price. That is still the case. There was 1.4 thousand contracts an hour ago. There's now 1.7. For the puts, also it's the highest amount of volume for the puts is actually decreased from 18.5 strike price down to 17. There was 2.2 thousand contracts earlier. There's now 5.2 thousand contracts at 17. Orders by Fidelity customers. Ape is currently 7th most heavily traded with 69% buys. Nice. To 31% sales. AMC is currently in 14th with 73% buys to 27% sales. And GME is down here in 23rd with 77% buys to 23% sales. I just wanted you guys to realize something. The amount of shares or the amount of orders that are being traded on Ape are higher than the amount of orders that are being traded on AMC, but the volume for Ape is lower. Just throwing that out there. When we check volume here in just a minute, I think that's going to be the case. That's how it was an hour ago. I might be wrong, but for most of the day today, volume has been lagging on Ape. SSR trigger price for AMC is at $8.62. We did not trigger that. For the day-to-day shares available to borrow, it does appear that they borrowed some more, but not enough for me to track. So, because I only do increments of 50,000, so I'm not going to track it. 23.5% fees currently set up, and for the day-to-day, I've tracked about 1.55 million shares having been borrowed, according to Sonko Tracker. SSR was triggered for Ape at $6.42. NASDAQ is up 1.11, Dow Jones is up 0.51, and the S&P 500 is up 0.91. The market is currently green, advancing 4,560 advancers to 2,352 decliners. The VIX is down 2.59%, VTI is up 0.98, IWD is up 0.94, Tesla is down 1.2%, Amazon is up 1.91%, Cinemark is down 1.2%. Doge is up 1.21, Bitcoin is up 1.12, GME is down 1.85, HYMC is down 3.43, Hood is up 3.86, NCMI is up 3.23, Ape is down 5.05, and AMC is down 1.61. Inflow versus outflow on AMC is currently up by $5 million roughly, with 26.45 million shares having been traded so far. Let's see what kind of pace we're going to finish out the day with. Oops. Looks like we're going to finish just under 30 million shares. I'm showing a pace of 29 million shares, but we do usually get some abnormally large volume at the very end of the day. I have a sneaking suspicion we'll break 30 million before the day's out. I suggested in pre-market that we'd see somewhere between 30 to 50 million on both AMC and Ape. I think I'm going to make it for AMC, but Ape might be a different story. On Ape, there's currently $1 million more roughly in outflow than inflow, with 20.29 million shares having been traded. Again, like I said, less volume, more trades. Very interesting stuff going on. We're on pace to hit about 22.22 million shares by the end of the day today on Ape, although we do see large amounts of volume towards the end of the day. The first 2 days of trading, yesterday we didn't see a whole lot of crazy volume at the very end, so I'm not expecting it today either. On Ape, we did break out of that what appeared to be a bearish wedge going up. Very unusual. Does kind of look like an ascending parallel channel. Let me just verify. Does look like we're on an ascending parallel channel. Which should have us breaking out going down. This would be a bearish indicator, which looks like it's doing it right as I'm saying it. It should break down a little bit on this, so I think we'll have a little bit of a correction downwards potentially sometime between now and before the end of the close. And on AMC, we had a descending parallel channel that we were on for quite a while, broke out of that. This looks like a descending parallel channel. Which would be a bullish indicator. and should have us breaking out going up. And with that, I can see what you guys are writing here in just a second. Alex says Randall took it down because the recording did not have. What state is he in? Is he in a state where both parties? He's in a state where it has to have both parties. Some states don't require both parties. Only one has to consent. Ah, that sucks. He must be in a dual consent state. That really stinks. I'm not. Pretty sure I'm not, anyways. Somebody in here will probably let me know. I'm in Texas. I'm pretty sure it's a single consent, meaning only one person has to know. But that sucks because I didn't have a chance to watch the video. I actually had a lot of other things I had to attend to, like whether or not we were getting a puppy. As far as I know, guys, I'm not getting a puppy. As far as I know. Tony's got a new YouTube channel called IPO Hopper. That's actually something that I had kind of wanted to do for a long time, was play IPOs. That's one. I feel like there's kind of like this natural progression on how people kind of go throughout life trading. And I think IPOs that was the next progression for me. A lot of people want to do, like a lot of people that I've talked to after AMC had said that they, that I talked to, wanted to do dividend stocks, where they could make enough money to where they would just earn dividends and be able to live off of that. And I don't think that's the way to go, not unless you have like extravagant amounts of money. But I really think that playing smart IPO releases, getting in at the right time on those IPO releases, and then and if having to holding for a longer period of time and yielding huge profits off of new IPOs is probably it's kind of one of the avenues that I would go. I will say this though. I do believe the market's going to have a downswing when AMC rips, and I'll say right now that it's going to be a scary place to be investing. If you go back historically and you look at what is one of the first things to recover whenever there's a market downturn, it's energy. Normally I whisper it, energy. But energy does typically end up being one of the first places that you start seeing profits in a market recession. So just throwing that out there, not financial advice, of course. Do your own DD, your own due diligence, and verify all that information. Salty Dog says we have a puppy. Did you just get a new dog, Salty Dog? Peter Jefferson said, "Seen it. It was a challenge from another about the options chain being available. It was telling, and you could tell the lady was being truthful. Over 20 years experience, and she had never seen this before. I kind of wish I had seen it. Now I'm gonna send a message to Randall and say, hey, dude, send me the underground copy. What do they call those? I don't know what they call those things. Send me the pirated copy. I didn't get a chance to see it." Kathy says, imagine how many apes we could have got for the price of our puppies. Oh, Kathy, that works on me, but it won't work on my wife. She's the one making the money right now. All right. Salty Dog got a new puppy. A Ridgeback puppy. Nice, man. Congrats on the new puppy. Hopefully you get through the poopy stages early on. Oh, it's cute, man. I got a picture of the puppy. It's cute. The market cap on multiple sites, MarketWatch, Yahoo Finance, and others imply almost 200 million extra ape in the market. Let's. What is going on with ape right now? Oh my gosh, we got volume going on here. What's going on here? Why is ape breaking out going up? AMC I expected, and it is breaking out, but why in the world is ape breaking up? Usually the only time you ever see a ascending parallel channel break upwards is when it's in a cup and handle. And it's on the backside of a cup. So let me look at the 30 minute. I don't see. This doesn't really look like a cup and handle situation, so this is kind of odd. False breakout, maybe? I don't know. We'll see. That was a cute puppy, though, man. Salty Dog, not gonna lie, that's a cute puppy. Well, there you have it, guys. Randall Cornett saving the day on the options. That's good. I'm gonna have to reach out to him. Because of my tweet. Wait, what? Oh, it's not because of my tweet. I didn't cause the squeeze, guys. Come on now. Yucca Frida, I agree, but you would have to, I mean, when margin calls happen, Yucca Frida, I would say technicals do get thrown out the door. I agree with you. I don't think this is margin calls. If it was margin calls, I think this thing would be already halted. Watch it halt like right after I say that. There we go. We got ripping on. We're gonna go green here on AMC. We're breaking even on AMC here at 958. Do remember, guys, tomorrow, Low Boy, I don't know if you're listening or not. I want to assume that you are. But Low Boy, if you're listening, tomorrow's open mic for Power Hour, and I hope that you're going to be there for it. No, not drunk talk, Yucca Frida. It's 3 shots, man. And I did finish them off, though. I'm done. 3 shots in 30 minutes. That's not that bad. Well, I guess it's 20 minutes. I'm definitely not drunk. I'm not drunk. I don't know what you're talking about. No, I'm good, man. I'm totally good. Maybe after I stand up. So Dogecoin, interesting fact about me with ADD. I absolutely can't work on a puzzle. I can't. Puzzles and me do not get along. Like I have zero attention span with a puzzle. Zero. I cannot. Like I literally look at every single one of the pieces and they look exactly the same to me. And I know they're not. I know they're physically different looking, but to me, it looks like it looks like 300 pieces of the same thing. FYI, guys, my page for YouTube just got shut down, like insta shut down. Like it crashed. I don't know what happened. I don't know if it happened to you guys as well or not, but the YouTube stream still seems to be going. We only have 20 minutes left here for the sake of saving the poll. I'm gonna go ahead and end the poll. I'm gonna give it like 1 minute. 1 minute for you guys to enter in the poll, just in case, because I would hate to lose this polling data if the stream gets shut down. So please put in your poll data real quickly. If you can, make sure you get your data correct. Right now I'm seeing a polling of 837 votes, which is less than the first amount of time of votes. So I know some people haven't either voted or have not had a chance to vote, or there's not enough people voting today as there was last time. The last vote that we had on whether or not you received your Ape shares was a total of why can't I find it? Hold on a second. I know I got it in here somewhere, and I just, for some reason or another, I can't find it. There we go. 879 votes. So we're shy by a little bit here compared to the first day. Oh, okay, you do see it. Never mind. My page just crashed. I've never seen it before. The YouTube page just went down and said it didn't exist anymore. I had to refresh. Artiste M11, welcome. All right, I'm just gonna end the poll because it's I don't want to lose it. 845 votes. I'm good. 6%. 6% of you guys have not. Oh, it's saying 5%. All right, it changed. I said 6% right after, and then I hit end, and it changed to 5%. So 5% of you have not received your Ape shares out of 845 registered votes. That means that they're improving by roughly around 5% a day, which means that by tomorrow, most everybody should have all of their shares based on these numbers. Because we were at like 20 yesterday, 13 22 days ago, 13 yesterday, and 5 now. So I think we should have everybody with their shares by tomorrow. Savvy says, so what happened with the Robinhood charts? My card died. I've been dealing with that. I don't know, Savvy. I hadn't heard anything about that. They may have had a normalization, and people who had any kind of charting done would have changed any kind of the charting, and you would have had to fix that. Maccabee says T plus 0 by the 22nd. Memba, T plus 0. That is correct, sir. If you did not receive your shares by the 22nd, you did not get them when you were supposed to. And your broker better have a damn good reason for it. And if they don't, you should be contacting FINRA. I can't imagine any reason that they would be giving you that would be acceptable. Somebody said bowel. Food Dog says, and it's bowel, bowel. I don't know. Who cares? It made me think about the fact that tomorrow we have Powell's Bowels talking. So tomorrow we have Powell talking. I think it's 10 a.m., so 9 my time. So we'll take a look at what he has to say. Should be interesting to see. Maccabee says, smells like a T plus 2 settlement. Can anybody say DTCC? Also, I'll have a Maccabee says Powell's Bowels question mark. Welcome to the channel, Maccabees. Let me share that with you. Hold up just a second. I've got a video for you. That's not it. My son did this for me. I had my junior in high school son. I was like, dude, I need your help. I need you to like mix something together for me. And he's like, yeah, sure, no problem. So he mixes this together. And I was like, dude, you got to help me out. I need help. I think this shows up under my helpful videos, if I'm not mistaken. Welcome to AMC Oops. And ADD, where we buy, we hold, and we screw the head. Who's that? Who's that guy? Give me 1 second. No, it's not under helpful videos. It's under interviews and presentations, which I have no idea why I put that in there. Pals, bowels, and asset bubbles. All right, let's check it out. I don't know how loud to put this. Let me play it real quick here just so I can see how loud to put it.
Well within the range of a normal yield curve of a normal. All
right, there we go.
Asset bubble.
All right, I'm gonna have to play. All right, here we go.
That's well within the range of a normal yield curve of a normal asset bubbles. Asset bubbles.
Legitimately, like it was the funniest part about that is that then the very next guy that came up there that asked questions to Powell was asking questions about asset bubbles right after Powell starts farting on air. That was so funny. I laughed my ass off. That was so funny, man. I'll never forget that. Powell's Bowels. That was some good stuff. Darren Moore says, what if the reason for not delivering on time was, hey, player gotta play? That sounds like a reasonable explanation. No, not my opinion. Tendies plus plus. Why am I going to get shut down? Did it start buffering? Brian says, ah, the good old days. Yeah, no kidding, right? We had some good times, man. We really did. We had some good times. We're still having some good times. We've made a story. Yucca Frida, how's it going? Good to see you. Hayden says if he can fart at a podium on TV, dude must be gangster with his legs on the safety rail as the elevator's door closes. He's crop dusting the elevators, huh? Oh man, watch out. Watch out. Don't enter in the elevator with Powell's bowels. Rose says AMC is currently 961 and Ape is 691. How odd. What I think is more odd is the fact that or Ape rather broke out up of an ascending parallel channel. That's not very. It's pretty rare. I'm not surprised by AMC breaking out, going up on an ascending parallel channel, but the breakout of AMC or Ape rather on the right hand side going upwards on an ascending parallel channel is very odd. Uh, yeah, I mean it's unusual. Yeah, Rose says, "Hey, we'll take it." Yeah, I don't disagree. Clark Barwick says, "Do you think we would get a decent short squeeze if there are no synthetics in AMC?" I feel like we're playing like a nomenclature game here, Clark. What do you consider to be a short squeeze, right? Like I think what do you like? It depends on what you define as a short squeeze. Do I think that fundamentally this is a great play? No. That this is not a not yet. Not yet, but Adam Aaron has the ability to be able to turn it into that now. But I mean, if you want to, there's got to be a shorting position, which there obviously is. But how far price would go before shorting positions would have to close out their positions and end the upwards price movement because of that. It would probably fizzle off pretty quickly. Monty says it's odd. I've been sitting here waiting for a run up for 2 years. I mean, has it been 2 years, Monty? Have you been in since August of 2 years ago? I think you're warping time just a tad bit. You got a few more months to go. Don't get ahead of yourself. Monty's gonna sit here and tell me, no, I've been in this thing since August of 2020. I mean, I'm not gonna say you haven't been, but I think you're rushing the timetables a little bit. I don't know. Maybe you have been in since then. Maybe I'm the one full of crap. But I know what you mean, though. It's been a long time. Rosalie says, "Do you think that the market makers are having a difficult time programming the algorithms for Ape and AMC?" So I don't. First off, Rosalie, I don't think that they program. The, algorithms are the kind of things where you can fine tweak them, but usually you don't just change them. So do I think that they're having a difficult time maybe doing those fine tweaks? Uh, with everything that's gone on with the fact that we've had this shared dividend, I'm sure it's throwing a lot of kinks in the system for them. I'm almost positive of it. Watching these two tickers, my dyslexia is not liking it. Savvy, I'm with you. This is as difficult for me as it is for you. I promise. I promise. Brian, we don't have a new puppy yet. You just stop. I did say yet. Are the options illegal on Ape? If you go and read the prospectus, David, look up page 19 of the prospectus. The answer is no. Corvette, there is T90 is not a thing. Darren says, I have a theory on shorts are loading Ape, and both will run with their Ape gains, paying the AMC losses, letting them survive to some extent without blowing up the market. T plus your mom. Oh, man. Foo dog, but see, you can't say stuff like that because that's just going to get people all upset. Yeah. It's funny, though. Tony the Tiger. Stone23 says new options on AMC were added today. It was monthly for a couple days. Now it's weekly with 0.5 increments. New options on AMC were added today. It was monthly for a couple days. Now it's. You mean Ape? Stone23? Because AMC's. I'm so confused by what you're saying, Stone. AMC's always had options. And they haven't been monthlies. They've always been weeklies. I'm so confused. But, that's all right. It happens. Yes, Mitch, all I'm going to say is if you go to the prospectus, it's legal. The prospectus says just go read page 19 of the prospectus. It tells you everything you need to know. There's nothing illegal about it. Unfortunately, there's a lockup period that Adam Aaron didn't add into the prospectus, which would have been nice, but it wasn't added in there. So, guys, it's that time of the day. Rose letting me know, and you know what that means. Eat, sleep, drink, get plenty of rest. Tomorrow is our last day of the week, and Adam Aaron has a movie waiting for us because he thinks something's going to happen that day. Spend time with your family. Spend time with your friends. Go walk a pet. Maybe you're going to get a new pet. Who knows? I might be. But go see a movie. That's always nice. It helps support the company you're supporting. But above all else, don't have a good night. Have a great night.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start.
Go for auto sequence start.
And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Separation confirmed. Guidance now converging. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward leg now and okay, you sound good. Discovery Houston, negative return. Copy, a negative return.
turned away from it all like a blind man. Sat on the fence, but it don't work.
Keep coming up with love, but it's so slashed and torn.
Pressure.